trying to breach and get to the Capitol.
Publicists, when you talk to your publicists, you know the first thing they tell you?
What?
Stay away from religion, stay away from politics.
Okay.
You know why?
Why?
No matter what the you say, somebody passionately disagrees with you.
Absolutely.
No matter what religion, you believe in Allah, niggas saying that's not the right way. You believe in every Christianity, that's not it, because they choosing something different. Your political party, Democrat, Republican, the disagreement completely.
Yep.
So I stay away from it. When I get pulled into politics, I go,
Yeah.
and I have nothing to say. I'm
That's
just
the same way we are. We don't no politics, none of
I
this.
don't with that. I don't stay there because I'm still entertainment. If it's not music, then it's film and television, but it's still entertainment. So why would you turn someone off by saying that?
Right.
I want everybody to enjoy what I'm doing.
Right.
Not just a selective few amount of people. I focus on diversity because it's needed.
Right.
The boxing scholar is a lover, not a fighter, but he's also a fighter, so don't get any ideas. If he pats you on the back, you'll put it in your resume. His enemy. Have him listed as an emergency contact. The scholar has an inside joke with complete strangers. If he punched you in the face, you'd have to fight the urge not to thank him. Sharks have a week dedicated to him. He's the only man alive to is parallel park. A train is count to infinity twice. In Genesis, when God said, "Let there be light," the scholars said, "Say pretty please." He is the genius of all genius and master of all masters.
And that's the trick to life. You have to be wise enough to know when you were living in your dream. And you have to be humble enough to accept when you're in someone else's.
Yo, the Boxing Scholars on.
Yes, it's very sad. It is very complicated to have to vacate a title, to withdraw recognition of a champion hurts very deeply. Terence Crawford has been very successful in the ring. He has been a world champion for 12 or 13 years, multiple times with the WBO in super lightweight. He won the WBC super lightweight. Then he unified and became undisputed in welterweight against WBC champion, who was Spence, in a great fight. He petitioned to fight a final elimination bout in super welterweight against Madrimov and remained champion in welter. The WBC supported him. He did not comply with the rules. Then he moves up to super middle and makes the fight of the century, beats Canelo, makes $50 million or around that. The WBC absolutely is not going to charge 3% of such an amount. We made a very clear 0.6%, which is $300,000, with $225,000 going to the Jose Sulaiman Boxers Fund, which is to help former fighters in need. And it is just regrettable. Not even a thank you or I'm sorry, taking a different route. No response. I wish him the best.
Listen. I got something to say. I got a lot to say. What's up, though, everyone? I'm gonna say that first and foremost. I'm gonna just say what's up. But I gotta dive right into it. You know, I see Mauricio, got a lot to say about me not paying him $300,000 plus another 100K something for sanction fees, right? Then he gonna tell me I ain't even apologize. Like, who the fuck you think I am? Well, you better slap your fucking self and paying your ass shit. Fuck you talking about pay you $300,000. What makes you so motherfucking better than any of the other sanctioned bodies? Huh? Answer that question. What makes you better than the WBO, the IBF, or the WBA? Everybody accepted what I was giving them. But you, the WBC, think that you better than everybody, don't you? So since you, the WBC, and you got the fucking green belt, which don't mean fucking shit. The fucking real belt is the ring belt, which is free, motherfucker. What are you talking about? You want me to pay you more than the other sanctioned bodies because you feel like you better than them. How in the world all the sanctioned bodies agreed to the same amount, but you sit your motherfucking ass up there and say that I need to apologize to you? The fuck? You can take the fucking belt. It's a trophy anyway. The fuck am I paying you every time I step foot in the fucking ring? Don't fucking wear down as the years pass. That don't even make sense. I'm the motherfucker that's putting my life on the line, not you. You ain't stepping your motherfucking ass in that ring. You or nobody else. You or nobody else. So why should I have to pay to carry your belt? You should be paying me. If you want to be truthful, you should be paying me. I don't see, it irks my nerves how this dude gets on a plane, gets a hotel suite. Him and his buddies, they go out to dinner, 5-star meals, all that, you know, and guess who gotta pay for it? Us fighters. We paying for y'all to come out here, have the time of y'all life, stay in the best hotels of y'all life, and it's all done on our dime. It's done on our dime. Do that sound right to y'all? It's crazy, ain't it? We the one out there getting battered, knocked upside our head, and every time we step foot in the ring, we gotta pay them a sanction fee like they the government. We getting taxed. It's crazy. Then he said, allegedly, I made X amount of money. You don't know how much I made. You don't know how much I made. Once again, you're speculating. You're speculating. So listen, Mauricio, I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Because everybody in the world know you was going for Canelo. You was mad that I beat Canelo. It's okay. It happens, you know? But if you a real fan of the sport, you would have, you know, said congratulations instead of having that little smirk on your face, all mad and pouting. But listen though, you should have took the money, and you should have been thankful and grateful that I was rocking your belt around as your champion. As your champion, the WBC champion, the undisputed champion at that. But You want to make it about you. You want to say, oh, well, you stripped me. Like, I've been stripped before. The IBF just stripped me when I was at 147. Doesn't matter. I'm still considered the undisputed champion. I'm still the champion in the division. Because you know why? The only belt that's recognizable as the champion is the ring belt, baby. That's the #1 belt. In the division that trumps all belts. And guess what? It's free. It's free. How you love that? $180,000 free. How much your belt cost? I wonder how much your belt cost. Huh? I don't see no receipts on your belt. It's crazy. Y'all be having so much taxes on these belts. You got some nerves. It's crazy that you can sit up there and have all these belts. You know, you got the WBC silver, the WBA intern, the whatever belt y'all got, and you taxing these fighters every time they fight, and you claim that you for these fighters. You're not for these fighters. You probably worse than the promoters. But hey, I wish you the best. You know, I wish you the best. You and your company. You know, Turkey. I hope y'all get that done, man. I hope y'all get that done so we can all see, you know, people face like.
I can put you back. There you go. Most people think back in those days, Tyson, Holyfield, Lewis, Moore, Bo, we made a lot of money. 33.3% is taken away because that's what the manager is supposed to get. Then a promoter takes 25%. Then the trainer takes 10%. Okay? Now, with all those percentages being taken out, so that's what? 50, 60, 63%? That's a lot. 60, that's over half of your 63% of your money is gone already. Then you have to pay taxes on top of the money before you dish it out. So you're always going to be broke because your manager is always going to keep picking up the slack. And once the manager keeps picking up the slack, you're going to keep owing him. So he gets the paycheck. He takes out the money and does what he has to do. That's bullshit, man. That's bullshit. That's why most boxers are broke. How in the hell does a manager get 33 1/3 when he does nothing? That doesn't make sense. You have all these sanctioning fees on these belts that are not gold. They're brass. You give them credit. They're stylish and a lot.
like this guy, you know, go away from boxing because they ruin this. I hope y'all company, you know, Turkey. I hope y'all get that done, man.
Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses for your testimony today. When Republicans first noticed us of today's hearing, I was immediately excited. I've long been a fan of professional boxing and mixed martial arts. And I was hopeful that we could have a bipartisan discussion about revitalizing a sport that I love. I came to this issue not as a legislator, but as someone who admires the courage and the craft of fighters who put their bodies on the line in the pursuit of greatness. At the turn of the century, Congress passed two landmark pieces of legislation to protect and support American boxers. In 1996, Congress passed the Professional Boxing Safety Act, or PPSA, which outlined the health and safety provisions and mandated state athletic commissions to oversee all professional boxing events. In 2000, Congress strengthened PPSA with the Muhammad Ali Boxing Reform Act. The Ali Act was designed to clean up the business side of boxing after decades of corruption that harmed boxers' livelihoods and integrity of the sport. It required better financial disclosures, increased transparency of ranking and title decisions, and limited conflict of interest so that a single company or individual could not both control a boxer's contract and access to titles. This was meant to stop promoters from demanding that boxers sign away their entire career just to have a chance at a title. In practice, the Ali Act's provisions helped give boxers more information and leverage to negotiate for a fair share of the money that their fights generated and free themselves from any coercive and restrictive contract terms. We should build on these successes and take time to explore other critical issues such as the long-term cost of brain injury and the need for athletes in other combat sports like MMA to enjoy these protections. My hope is that we can use use this hearing to discuss these issues thoughtfully and productively. However, my fear is that we are likely to focus on just one bill, H.R. 4624, the Muhammad Ali American Boxing Revival Act, and consider moving it quickly. But I urge my colleagues to take a moment to pause and hold two things in our minds at once. First, there are some genuinely promising provisions in the Revival Act. For example, a national $150 per round minimum payment would lessen financial strain on boxers who are still finding their footing in the sport. The bill would also set a national $25,000 floor for insurance coverage that the PPSA currently requires for every fight. Unfortunately, there are sections of the Revival Act that raise serious questions about who will actually control the future of boxing. It would remove guardrails that prevent influential promoters from controlling the industry and forcing boxers into contracts that they do not benefit from. This legislation could also allow major corporations to completely take over the sport, leaving boxers without the leverage or the ability to advocate for themselves. and their physical and financial health. These provisions prioritize Goliath to the detriment of David. Boxers who put their bodies on the line deserve to fight in an industry that pays them well, values their health and safety, and does not make them vulnerable to economic exploitation. While not entirely harmful, this bill as crafted gives more power to promoters and big corporations than to boxers. This is why many professional boxers are speaking out against it, including Evander Holyfield, Oscar De La Hoya, Clarissa Shields. Jake Paul, and Nico Ali Walsh. I'm not here to reflectively support or oppose HR 4624. I'm here to ask important questions to everyone involved, the promoters, the regulators, and especially the corporations that stand to gain the most. Because we have to make sure that any revival of boxing does not come at the expense of the very athletes we say we are here to protect. I want this hearing to be the start of a longer, serious, bipartisan conversation about
What's good, everybody? What's good? Yo, I tried to do the live yesterday, right? Let me put my theme music on. I tried to do the live yesterday, and I'm not feeling the playback value because, of course, I shared the stage with a YN. First mistake. Second mistake is I shared the stage with a YN. So we're gonna try to do this live all over again because I didn't even get to the deal that Turkey did, the buyout, of EA Gaming. I didn't even get to touch that, because I had seen a video of Turkey Al and in the video, Turkey, well, excuse me, not Turkey Al I seen a video where what's good, Lou? I seen a video of what's his name? Showbiz the adult reacting to this, and he was talking about how great it was for boxing, and you're like, you just face palm because you're like, yeah, I wouldn't expect the guy in the taco hat to really understand this textual stuff that's going on. Of course he wouldn't. He even put his bid in. He even put his bid in to uh to become what do you call it? He put his bid in to become one of the consultants was the word he used on the new game. And it's just like, oh my God, these people are. But anyway, like I said, he's doing what he's supposed to do. And I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. I got Boxing Scholar in my name. You know what I mean? So I'm supposed to give y'all the genesis of why this isn't a good thing for boxing, the history of it, Dana White, etc., like I always do, right? So that's why I just did a whole presentation about the Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson fight. Nobody on YouTube did that. Everybody was the opposite way, where they were saying it was staged, etc. So I'm here to give y'all different perspective, new perspective, and something to think about, informed opinion. That's all I ever shoot for. So without further ado, here we go. What's good, Angie? So here we go. So first things first. Donald Trump. Donald Trump is involved in this deal in every which way. So I'm going to take you back to the beginning. You know, in every Disney movie, they'd be like the little, you know, the Disney sound. You know what I mean? Y'all know what I'm talking about. I don't know how to do the Disney sound, but they make the little Disney sound when they do the flashbacks. So I'm going to take you back. So let's go back. So here we go. So at the beginning of it, in the genesis of Donald Trump coming to fighting, you know, combat sports, you know, he first started off in boxing. A lot of people scratch their head to this day and be like, showbiz was saying Donald Trump loves boxing. How come Donald Trump loves boxing, but he's not in boxing? And it's just like, bro, he does not love boxing. He only got into boxing because he was trying to promote that whack hotel that he had. So, yes, he was in it to make money because he's seen a quick money grab. And he was trying to promote that hotel that would eventually, you know, along with his casino, you know what I mean, go down. But like I said, that's neither here nor there. So here we go. The genesis of Donald Trump being in boxing.
Coming along. What's this about a fight before the fight? No comment.
Here's how Donald Trump ruined his relationship with boxing.
No other on the planet. The world's second largest building after the Pentagon, the Taj Mahal spans 3 football fields and cost $1 billion.
Trump opens the Taj Mahal in Atlantic City, New Jersey, and it's a disaster.
The Taj Mahal was the worst casino opening in the history of gambling.
That is Jack O'Donnell, former president and COO of Trump Plaza Hotel and Casino. On opening night, slot machines break down.
What about the slot machine thing where they were down for a while?
So Donald Trump is such a genius. What's good, Amir? Donald Trump is such a genius that whenever he opened up his hotels, the slot machines over here, you like, bro, has there ever been a person more incompetent? You remember all that DEI rhetoric that just like spawned within the last 5 years where they make it seem like black people are undeserving for jobs? And then this guy goes in the office and all of a sudden planes are falling out of the sky and crashing to the ground. And you just face palm because you're like, oh, every bad luck follows this guy everywhere. He bankrupted a casino where people bring you their money, where people will suck you up for $2 because they're trying to gamble. I got these cheeseburgers, man. Like he lost money at that place.
Slots were so hot. Nobody's seen people play that hard and that fast.
So what, it blew out the slots literally?
They blew apart.
April of 1991, George Foreman.
This is my George Foreman family-sized grill.
Yes, that George Foreman, with 69 wins at 42 years old, fought fellow future Hall of Famer and heavyweight champ Evander Holyfield.
So the question was where we would do the fight.
That is Bob Arum, legendary promoter in the sport who represented Foreman. He's promoted Muhammad Ali, Manny Pacquiao, Floyd Mayweather, and Oscar De La Hoya, to name a few. Dan Duva and his wife, Kathy, promoted Holyfield.
Dan and I both agreed that it would go to the highest bidder.
So with the agreement in place, the Duvas and Arum wanted to get a casino in town to sponsor it. Caesars bid $11 million for the bout. Trump's bid came in at $11.5 million.
So I told Dan at the time, I don't trust Trump. Let's go with Caesar's Palace.
Duva told Arum, no, a deal is a deal. We have to go with Trump because he outbid Caesars by $500K.
The people working for Trump telling him, Donald, we can't afford this in Atlantic City.
Meanwhile,
now, the 28 countries with forces in the Gulf area have exhausted all reasonable efforts to reach a peaceful resolution, have no choice but to drive Saddam from Kuwait by force. We will not fail.
The Persian Gulf War begins in January 1991, and Trump, the opportunist he is, sees a financial stress reliever.
8 days before the Foreman Holyfield fight is to take place, contract is terminated. Act of war.
The war clause was Trump.
Donald Trump used a war clause to get out of a deal that he thought was bad and agreed to anyway. Like he's such a snake when it comes to business. Like I said, there's not one person out there who will say that I worked with Donald Trump and my life got significantly better Now, we're not talking about the nepotism jobs that he gives to his relatives that we're going to get into later. We're talking about somebody that went into Donald Trump, a construction company, whatever the case may be, and said, my life was better because Donald Trump came and made business better for me and kept his word. You can't find one person that will say that about Donald Trump.
Out. I have the right to postpone the fight until the ravages of war are over, he told the AP.
This is a threat to your business.
This was unprecedented.
Arum said, we thought it was a joke. He invoked the clause to renegotiate the fee and the due date for a $2.5 million payment on the fighters as guarantees. Dan Duva said, well, we have a contract. And Trump looked at him and very calmly said, well, you can sue me if you want.
Budweiser cordially invites you to a party at Trump Plaza.
Arum, right all along, proposed the fight move back to Vegas, where Trump proclaimed he would take Arum to court with little time to spare, and this being the very first pay-per-view ever the fight took place. At the end of the day...
So he's not right about that. This is not the first pay-per-view ever. So he was spot on everything else, but that was the one thing. This is not the first pay-per-view ever.
We took in, with the sale of the tickets and with the $1 million from Trump, $9 million, said Arum. To this day, I am angry at Donald Trump because he swindled us. And that's the only way to say it. He swindled Dan Duva and myself out of $2.5 million. After this charade, Trump never hosted another major title fight at his properties, per CNN, or as Kathy Duva puts it.
If your claim to fame is that you've taken money from other people and not delivered what you promised, that doesn't make you a genius businessman. That makes you a thief.
If you'd like to hear more thought-provoking...
Yes, and that leads me there. Yes, we are dealing with a thief in Donald Trump. Not only is he a thief, but he does a lot of bad practices that only benefit himself. Donald, listen. I know we how do I put this? Because I know we're a fast consuming, what do you call it, generation. We have short attention spans. Okay, so let me put it like this. If this was sex, Donald Trump would be the person that would expect you to give him head for hours and not give you head. And then when y'all had sex, you wouldn't finish and sex would be okay because he finished. It wouldn't be over until he finished. More modern terms. Yes, he's horrible. He's horrible. He's a horrible businessman with horrible business practices. So anyway, so Donald Trump then does that and gets a bad reputation because Bob Arum is somebody in the sport of boxing. So Donald Trump basically goes to the UFC. He goes to the UFC and he goes to the UFC and basically has a career there. Dana White is just starting a UFC company, and he's at the beginning stages, and Donald Trump sees another opportunity to make a lot of money and a lot of cash, right? So he, of course, invites, because he understands fight sports and sports in general bring a lot of attention and a lot of people. So he tries to promote himself again through Dana White because he's burned Bob Arum, and that's not somebody you want to burn in the sport of boxing. He also burned Don King as well with Mike Tyson. So burning the top two promoters at the height of their prime in boxing, they're still alive and they're still managing fighters. So go figure, right? It's not going to be conducive to the overall health of your career. So he was forced to go to Dana White.
I would never say anything negative about Donald Trump because he was there when other people weren't. And then even after that, even after, he got involved in this business, any good thing that happened to me in my career, Donald Trump was the first to pick up the phone and call and say, congratulations. I knew you guys were going to do this. I always knew it. So then he calls me up, and this is the way. First of all, there was a story in the Times or Wall Street Journal, one of those, basically that he said he was going to ask me to speak at the Republican National Convention. So
he asked Dana White to speak at the Republican National Convention because of their relationship and their history. Dana White.
Welcome back. Hope you're having a fantastic weekend. Now this. Dana White started his career as a bouncer.
Dana White ain't started no bouncer, did he? Thought he was a failed promoter, but
former president, maybe future president,
is he was there early with you. How much does that matter to your relationship?
Yeah, loyalty is really important to me, and he's been a very good friend to me. And he's a massive fight fan, you know? And it's not this thing, oh, the UFC got popular, so Trump, whatever. Trump was the guy who reached out to us when we couldn't get venues and had us come to the Taj. We did our first 2 shows over there. And when you think about it then, the Trump brand here, the UFC brand here, he showed up for the first fight and stayed till the last fight for both events. He's a guy who would reach out to me my entire career when good things happen and say, hey, congratulations, I always knew you were going to do it.
When they step out, what is it like? What is your audience?
Dana White acts as if Donald Trump didn't stand, like he wasn't making money off of him. He acts like he just said, hey, you over there with the shiny ball head, I love everything about you. I'm going to support all your business ventures and hope that you do the best. Dana White is hilarious. But no, we know why Dana White is giving Donald Trump the reach around in return, right? Because obviously he wants position and power because now Donald Trump is the president and he wants to make money with Donald Trump as well. They're looking at a mirror image of each other because both of them do bad practices. Both of them are scumbags to a sense. But watch Dana White. This is what I mean when I say reach around. Watch this. Listen to this. I just hope that my wife in my absence talks about me like this.
Number one. You take any of the greatest fighters of all time, Trump is number one. The most resilient human being that I've ever met in my life.
In what respect?
Why keep doing this? You know, you got money, you got a great life, you got whatever. Why keep doing this? And the one thing that I can tell you, and this is a fact, this guy loves this country.
Right.
Oh my God. What's good, Mr. Mulatto? What's up, Kazi? Kazi always hit me with the jokes. But that man said Donald Trump is the #1 fighter in the world, hands down. That, you know, it's not even a comparison that Donald Trump is #1, right? So I give you the genesis of that to say that Dana White and Donald Trump are now close with each other, right? They give each other a ton of praise and credit and all that other good stuff, right? So I say out to say this. Dana White, because he's given Donald Trump all these blowjobs and he's really, really good at it, Donald Trump then turned around and gave him a position at Facebook. So Facebook endorsed Joe Biden and pissed Donald Trump off. And Donald Trump threatened Facebook.
Former President Trump alleging Facebook CEO Mark Zuckerberg will try to unlawfully influence the 2024 election, writing, if he does anything illegal, this time he will spend the rest of his life in prison. Former President.
So he threatened Mark Zuckerberg with spending the rest of his life in prison if he interferes in the election, which is like crazy. So what do you consider interfering? But anyway, that's neither here nor there. So Zuckerberg went and bent the knee to Donald Trump and said, dear leader, fearless leader, what could I do to make this up to you? Right? And Donald Trump only had one itsy-bitsy request.
Mark Zuckerberg announcing 3 new appointees to Meta's board of directors. Dana White, president and CEO of UFC. Mark Zuckerberg announcing 3 new appointees to Meta's board of directors. Dana White, president and CEO of UFC. Zuckerberg saying he's admired him as an entrepreneur and brand builder. John Elkann, the CEO of Exor and the chairman of 2 of his portfolio companies, Stellantis and Ferrari, noting that he brings an international perspective to Meta's board. And also Charlie Songhurst, a tech investor who previously led strategy teams at Microsoft and joined the Meta Advisory Group last year to advise on AI and technology roadmaps, now officially joining the board. Zuckerberg saying that 2025 will be a big year for Meta, and he's excited to have these.
Yeah, and the request was to put Dana White on their board, and he has no business on their board. So Donald Trump, all the butt kissing that Dana White was doing was paying off, right? Paid off to Donald Trump. And this idea that, remember I told you they're mirror images of each other? Dana White has ran a successful business with the UFC. I will give him that hands down, right? But it's only successful because you could, listen, it's like the Patriots in 09. It's like being Mike Tyson's trainer. When you have a talent like that, it's gonna run itself. You're not a genius because that happens in boxing a lot. A lot of times they make these trainers, Eddie Reynoso, because they have really, really good fighters, they make these trainers and overrate these trainers because of the product that they have. That doesn't always equal a genius on the other side of that. And it's the same thing with Dana White. A lot of people think it's boxing versus UFC, but it's more UFC versus wrestling, right? Meaning this, Vince McMahon was offered UFC before Dana White was, but he turned it down. Big mistake, but he did it. You know, he turned it down. Dana White took that and started competing with Monday Night Raw on Monday nights with UFC to the point where Vince McMahon wanted to fight him over that because he was competing with him for his fans, and Vince McMahon knew it. And Vince McMahon really challenged Dana White to a real legitimate fight because he was mad about that. Because he said the idea behind it was, why would people come and watch my fake product when your real product is on there? And it's real. It's my product, but it's real. And he did not like Dana White because of that. And Dana White used that to build his sport. He used wrestling fans. If you look in the audience of UFC people in the early years, you're going to see The Undertaker, The Rock. He was even so infused with wrestling that the wrestlers like Brock Lesnar, CM Punk would try to go and attempt a career at UFC because it was so merged. Even the fans are drinking beer and partying and like, you remember when Stone Cold used to tip the beer up and throw it into the audience and do all that stuff, and they would toss them. It's that type of environment at UFC for a reason. Most of those people are MAGA supporters for a reason. They're wrestling fans. All of the UFC fans are wrestling fans. And Dana White was able to grow his sport with the illusion of, oh, people are tired of boxing, when really it's just wrestling but real. So that was the illusion. So I say out to say Dana White's overrated as a businessman because he failed as a boxing promoter because he was that before. And then UFC fed at his lap, and now Dana White is this genius. But he had other business ventures that didn't pan out. I'll give you an example. And this is recent. This ain't ancient history, right? This is recent. So he started a business venture with a slapping league called Power Slap. And when he first announced Power Slap, when I tell you everybody made fun of him, like Power Slap, like, bro, you have fell from grace. Like, why would people want to watch somebody slap the hell out of somebody? And you know, Dana White competing with World Star on that because we can see hands, elbows, knees, and toes. You know what I mean? What's good, Marcus? We could turn on World Star and see all that. You know what I mean? Maybe some guns too. You know what I mean? World Star got it all. You know, versus two people that put their hands behind their back, pretend like this is an athletic competition, and slap the hell out of each other with baby powder. Like, what? Like, come on, man. Like, this is retarded. Like, the first couple times, I think the shock factor is why even people tuned into that. Like, you're really going to sit up here and let somebody slap the hell out of you? But nobody's going to watch marathon after marathon of somebody slapping the hell out of somebody. It was a dumb idea. It was a dumb idea, right? So Dana White was bragging about how people thought this was a dumb idea, and now they got big endorsement deals, and now they're on pay-per-view, and the big merger and all this other stuff. So check this out.
From your point of view, what's the significance of this new organization?
Yeah, I mean, this kind of stuff I usually just, just going to keep doing what I do, and we're going to do what we do at the UFC. And listen, at the end of the day, this is like one of the biggest mergers in the history of sports. We've been kicking ass for however many years now. The WWE is doing well. And I mean, I say this to you guys every year, but this just takes the whole sport and everything to a whole different level. And, I flew out to that thing last night and did it this morning, and it was actually really, really cool. It was cool to be a part of. And I'm excited about the future and what we're going to do. And I always am, regardless. But after this merger, I mean, we're so much more powerful than we were yesterday.
And I hate to be the bearer of the bad news, but Power Slap League filed for bankruptcy literally like a couple of days ago. So there you have it. Dana White talking about the merger, how powerful they are, how strong they are, and how people made fun of him. And you know what I mean? Back then they didn't want me. Now I'm hot. They all the little jingles. He had all the best quotes, and only for it's a plummet and then explode, right? Which brings us to the point that I said that Dana White is overrated as a business person, right? So Dana White, just recently, announced that he's coming into boxing with Turkey Al-Sheikh, right? And I just gave you the synopsis of Dana White history with Donald Trump. I showed you on numerous occasions of Donald Trump, corruption at its highest, right? Whether it be, suing Jimmy Kimmel, suing ABC for their merger, forcing them to fire Jimmy Kimmel, whatever the case may be. Bunch of stuff, right? Bunch of corruption that he's involved in, right? But the Turkey Al-Sheikh deal, it involves Trump's son-in-law. And it's like, bro, how? And it's the biggest buyout, a leveraged buyout of all time. And Donald Trump's son-in-law is a part of it. And you're like, how? Like they don't even hide. We talk about draining the swamp. They don't even hide the corruption. Like, it's right there for people to see, right? So Turkey Al-Sheikh coming into boxing can't be a great thing. It cannot be a great thing for several different reasons. But yes, them purchasing EA Sports, and EA Sports has a bunch of controversy surrounding it as well. They monopolize the sports gaming. Like, there's no other person in EA gaming as far as sports. As a matter of fact, people were clamoring for Fight Night to come back out because Undisputed was so bad, which is so funny because Showbiz and His Excellency endorsed that, right? And then now Showbiz is trying to put his bid in to get back on EA because he got some ideas for it. So they're like, dang, man, this is a dog-eat-dog world out there. There's sharks in the water everywhere you go, every step. No loyalty whatsoever, man. Undisputed probably paid Showbiz to do all them endorsements and stuff like that. And that man jumped ship as soon as people didn't like that game. Why you couldn't give them ideas of how to keep that game afloat if you just the idea person? Like, man, you chasing the bag, man. But that's neither here nor there. Chase your bag, get your money, black man. But that's crazy, man. You gotta show some loyalty somewhere. But I wanted to say this. I wanted to show this. So this is them. This is the Saudi Arabia family purchasing EA Sports, the biggest leverage buyout. So here we go.
Today involving big money. Think billions. And games, specifically video games. Here's our business and tech reporter, Scott Budman.
With huge selling marquee games like the Madden franchise and The Sims, Electronic Arts has become a video game leader. Just ask gamers.
Every gamer knows EA.
They have been a huge part of my life and part of my gaming journey.
It also turned EA into a huge public business with a healthy stock price, bringing other gaming companies along for the ride. Now EA is set to be taken private in a $55 billion deal, and gamers are worried.
Because EA is such a massive part of the gaming industry, where is this going to go? And how is this going to impact hundreds of thousands of developers around the world?
Because deals like this often involve job cuts, and EA is a big employer here in the Bay Area.
But I also am a little bit worried. I think.
So the EA employees talking about how worried they are. It's like, have you guys not checked the track record of EA? EA is known and synonymous for firing their employees for nothing and overpricing their games and having greed when it comes to the consumer. That's their reputation at this point. Just type in EA Sports online. You don't believe me? Type in EA Sports and go down the list and listen to all the reviews of the people who really game. They really do this stuff. But they do gaming like I do boxing, and they'll break it down for you. But I think this thing is a little fake outrage right here. He definitely know his job is in jeopardy. Them pink headphones is a clear sign, because he got them from the dollar store. So he already shopping on the budget. Look at this fit. Look at this mic. That's a Tim U mic right there.
I think most of us who are really looking at this from a top-down view are like, what does this mean for the games? What does this mean for the employees? Mergers like this usually mean that we're going to lose people in the shuffle.
There are also concerns about who is buying the company.
Essentially, the Saudis are buying EA.
That would be the Saudi Arabian Public Investment Fund, part of the group, along with President Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, buying EA.
What we're looking at is things like The Sims, which...
Why is his son-in-law involved in this deal? Like, I don't understand it. I don't understand why you know that they're using government influence for his son-in-law to even be involved. Why him of all people? Why it like I said, they're not even hiding it. They are the swamp.
Does really well, brings in a lot of money, but at the same time is where there's a large community of LGBTQIA folks who play those games. Is the content going to be affected by the new owners?
And how big has EA gotten through the years? Well, this souvenir hard hat comes from the groundbreaking ceremony back in 1997 for the company's Redwood City headquarters. On that day, EA stock traded for $8 a share. As of close today, EA stock trades at $202.
Bro. In other words, buy those EA shares and sell them fast, you know, like Dogecoin. But yes, so why they even involved in the deal doesn't make any. Well, why is he even involved in the deal? It clearly to me shows some level of corruption, but it has sparked. The EA deal has sparked a lot of controversy. So I want to show you this clip too, and show you the backlash, because there were some comedians that were facing a lot of backlash. So give me a second. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Okay, there we go.
Private in what is set to be the largest leveraged buyout deal in Wall Street history, led by the Sovereign Wealth Fund of Saudi Arabia. Steve Kovac has more in today's Tech Check. Steve.
Yeah, this is a big one because I really wanted to look, Sarah, into the Saudi Public Investment Fund and all the money it's been spending on gaming as it's been pushing over the years to build a video game juggernaut. It's encompassing everything from the hottest mobile game.
Does that sound familiar? They're doing the same thing in boxing. They're trying to purchase up first they were trying to go at the boxing promoters, but then they were like, you know what? Let's go with Dana White, who could get rid of the Muhammad Ali Act because the influence that he has through Donald Trump, and just start a boxing promotional company, which is what he said he didn't want to do. And then we could manage and promote fighters and monopolize that, like we're doing everything else. We already have stake in golf. We already have stake in FIFA, boxing, all the entertainment. They're moving towards entertainment because they realize that oil is not sustainable, especially because we haven't had a real winter since like 96 or 98. You know what I mean? Every year you could feel the heat. They could tell me all day. I live in Texas. They can't tell me global warming ain't real. Like, listen, man, our refrigerator melts our ice. Our ice cubes are melted inside our refrigerator. You know what I mean? Like, global warming is a real thing, and they know it's not sustainable. So they want to move into other avenues to make money, like entertainment, because entertainment will always make money. Even if there's a global catastrophe or economic strain, people still want to be entertained. You remember in COVID? That's why some people's YouTube channels blew up during COVID, because people still want to be entertained no matter what they're going through, and they will pay, and they understand that. So that's why they're transitioning towards entertainment, you know, and trying to monopolize everything in entertainment, just like they did the oil industry. So they're trying to do the same thing that they're already doing, right? And they're trying to do it in gaming like they already are doing in boxing.
Gaming properties to giant esports tournaments out there in Saudi Arabia. Now, the WSJ report that came out on Friday initially about this deal sent shares of Take-Two Interactive and Roblox higher on this idea that there's going to be even more consolidation and M&A in the video game space. And if that's the case, the PIF actually already stands to benefit, as it's been gathering stakes in major gaming companies for some time now. Within that PIF gaming empire, before today's announcement, it already owned nearly 10% of Electronic Arts, which will, of course, be rolled into its ownership stake in this new deal. It also owns about 6% of Grand Theft Auto maker Take-Two and about 4% of Japanese Nintendo. Plus, it acquired the Pokemon Go game this spring for $3.5 billion and bought
Bro, they're buying up everything. Pokemon Go, Grand Theft Auto. Give me all the games that all these Americans are playing. Then get me close to the guy that's close to the guy, close to Donald Trump. Give me all of it. I want it all. I want all the power. And what did Denzel say in that Gladiator movie? I must have power. Yeah, they must have power. They're snatching up everything.
The parent company of Monopoly Go, which is a huge mobile game, for almost $5 billion. It's also sponsoring huge esports competitions like the annual Esports World Cup in Riyadh that's been held the last 2 years. And Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman himself is a gamer and a key driver behind all those deals. And David Faber, by the way, reporting this morning, Sarah, the PIF is, of course, going to own a majority of EA after this deal closes, with Affinity and Silver Lake splitting the rest. It also comes amid a slump in the video game industry. Just take a look at EA's annual revenues over the last 5 years, relatively stagnant over the last 3 coming out of the COVID lockdowns. And the stock is up only 56% in that period, lagging behind the S&P, which is up about 100% in the same time. And Electronic Arts is going to be taking on about $20 billion in debt to finance its part of the deal, which could put pressure on the company to keep costs down or add more monetization options to their games to juice growth. Now, this deal is not done yet, Sarah. EA has 45 days, according to David Faber, to solicit other offers before taking this one, guys.
Of course, the street, Steve, is anxious to name other names that might benefit from a continuation of this trend. Take-Two gets mentioned,
course,
obviously.
yeah.
Roblox today. Even AppLovin I'm seeing on some desk notes this morning.
Yeah, Apple, and I would definitely look at Take-Two for a big one. Roblox is kind of a secular story here. They're actually growing like crazy this year. I forget what their stock is up now, but they've been having a killer run just in terms of users and revenue growth. You don't see that so much as at Take-Two and the more traditional gaming publishers. And of course, there was Activision. I bet Microsoft kind of regrets now buying Activision for as much as they did, because as they were going through that process in 2022, 2023, just so much of the value of that company was already left because of the slump in gaming I told you about. So there are a lot of, there aren't too many public companies left to be in the crosshairs. I was joking earlier, Carl, that I'm running out of public gaming companies to cover because they either get acquired or go private, it seems like.
Yeah, worked yourself right out of a beat, but you're
Yeah,
right
exactly.
about Roblox. Roblox here to date. That is a heck of a chart versus the S&P.
Indeed.
Steve, thanks. Talking a bit, Steve Kovac.
Now, some top American stand-up comedians are facing backlash. That's for taking part in Saudi Arabia.
Whoa, hold up now. Hold up now, Blondie. Hold up. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. So yes, they are monopolizing everything when it comes to anything that they get their hands on. They're trying to quarter every market, monopolize every market, strategic and everything. Turkey goes around, hey, I'd like to tell you something. Hey, my friend, can I tell you something? Can I tell you something? Hey, my friend, can I tell you something? And it's like, that dude got a team full of sharks, bro, that try to monopolize and control everything. They are like viruses, and their main goal is to control. And Lou, you are absolutely right. EA went and monopolized the gaming market only to fail at the gaming market. Like, that is the craziest thing in the world. Like, how do you monopolize and control a market only to fail at the market? Like, the S&P 500 average is higher than your average. Like, but you know what, Lou? I seen, whenever I was looking at a bunch of different reviews of EA and, stuff like that, a lot of people were saying EA has bad practices of pocketing money, firing employees, laying off employees so they could give each other bonuses, just a bunch of, business as usual stuff, as America would call it, which is why they're dangerous, because they're not even releasing the games that people want to see. Their big one was FIFA, and they couldn't even do good with FIFA. Like, they're suffering. Like, FIFA is their crown jewel, and that game didn't even do good. It didn't even do good because, like you said, they fallen off, bro. What they used to say in the 90s? I don't know how old you is, Lou, but in the 90s used to be a commercial, and they would be like, "Help!" The elderly people, "Help me! I've fallen and I can't get up." That's them. They fallen and they can't get up. Skills, queen, skills, sister. But yeah, they definitely are monopolizing and messing up the sport of boxing, because boxing does not need to be controlled by one person. It doesn't need to. It just doesn't. Ball Out said, "Fight night is back." It is, but at what cost? A Ball Out. what cost, brother? Would you rather have boxing come back and it's popular, gaming is popular, boxing game is popular, but the sport suffers because they become underpaid like the UFC athletes, and then Turkey is the only game in town, and because they already listen, let me not get ahead of myself. They already look F it, we here. They're already talking about doing the same thing that Dana White does. This is why they specifically chose Dana White, because I was like, why wouldn't they go with Eddie Hearns? Why wouldn't they go with Vince McMahon? At this point, he got more experience and success in boxing than Dana White. But no, why would they not go with Bob Arum, Don King, all these experienced promoters, Al Heyman? Why would they skip over them and go with him specifically? I was just scratching my head. I'm like, okay, well, he's good at underpaying his fighters. You know, he's good at pocketing money for himself, you know, and he's also close with the president, and they want to get around the Muhammad Ali Act. Go picture that. Turkey Al-Rashid said Muhammad Ali is one of his favorite fighters, right? And Muhammad Ali is Muslim. So Muhammad Ali is globally known, especially amongst Muslims, famous among Muslims all over the world. And he wants to repeal the act that was put into place to stop Don King, really, to stop Don King, but named after Muhammad Ali because Muhammad Ali is the GOAT. He wants to repeal that for business purposes. And it's like, dang, bro, it's like, that just show you that when you got money, you think you could buy the justification from the religion. Don't let that go over your head. When you got money, especially as much money as this guy got, you think you can buy the justification for everything that you do. You think Jesus, I guess because they do collection plates or whatever the case may be. I don't know if they do it in this religion. They don't do it as religion, but they think that they could just buy their way into heaven. They think that they could just give God some money and just God will look the other way like, hey, I don't know what Muhammad Ali at. You know what I mean? So that is crazy to me. That's crazy to me that that people, hey, ball out. I don't blame you, brother, for being happy. I got to keep it real. What's good, Kazi? I got to keep it real. The boxing game is needed. So I'm not going to act like it's not. Like that Fight Night round 4 was dope. Like Undisputed didn't do anything but make everybody miss the game that was the best game, which was Fight Night. It just made everybody miss it. You know, it's the equivalent of having dating somebody and they're really, really awesome, and you don't realize their value until you get with the next person, and then they're so whack it makes you miss the other person. It's equivalent to that. Fight Night was so dope, you know, and so long ago that, you know, and then we got more consoles since then, so nobody really thinks about it, right? But playing PS5 Undisputed just made us realize how awesome and ahead of time that game really was. So that's why we are where we are as far as boxing games. And it does help people because they get to live vicariously through, they get to play with Mike Tyson, spam punches, et cetera, et cetera. But I'm just trying to get them ball out to see the bigger picture, bro. I'm trying to get them to see the bigger picture. And the bigger picture is, where's the money coming from? We got to follow the money trail and follow the suitcase in the black alley, you know, that Dana White never tried. Because what they're trying to do is put the carrot in front of our face and lull us to sleep. Because you see, the moment this was announced, every YouTuber just ran with it. But you got to go look at the people who talk about EA Gaming in general and what they say, because they are in tune with EA Gaming and all they do is game. They are experts. They've given 10,000 hours to gaming, right? So I listen to what they say about EA, and I just connect the dots where the dots need to be connected to Donald Trump, Dana White, etc. And I'm like, oh, no. This is not a good thing for us. They're trying to trick us. Are you trying to trick me, etc.? You remember that from Split? You trying to trick me? No, it's not a real window. You thought it'd be a real window so you can escape? No, you trying to trick me, etc.? But that's crazy word. Hold on. Let me close this other studio. Give me a second. Boom. There we go. So yes, they definitely were definitely trying to pull the wool over our eyes. You know, and they even, right? Because remember, I told you they're trying to move into entertainment. They even are going to throw like this big, extravagant comedian bash, right? And they're gonna have all the greatest comedians, Dave Chappelle, Kevin Hart, all these guys, and they're breaking the bank on these guys to bring them out. But some of them are actually taking a stand. You know, some of them are actually, comedians, they probably listen, the lowest paying career jobs are probably like McDonald's, comedians, artists, and UFC fighters. But I'm glad they're taking a stand. So here we go.
Stand-up comedians are facing backlash. That's for taking part in Saudi Arabia's Riyadh Comedy Festival. Now, the star-studded event is now underway, and as Elizabeth Schultz reports, critics say the Saudis are using it to deflect attention from their human rights record.
This weekend, some of America's
They think they could just divert the attention away from their involvement in 9/11, all of that stuff that just came out. They think, oh, Americans are so dumb. Let me just go to entertainment because we can make a lot of money in it. They're going to spend a lot of money, and they're for sale. They don't care about morals. Look at their president. Look at their president. Look at what their president is doing. And I can't say that they don't have a point.
most popular comedians are set to perform in Saudi Arabia, drawing criticism from human rights organizations. The Saudi government has long faced accusations of silencing journalists, oppressing women, and supporting terrorism. The majority of the hijackers in the September 11th attacks were Saudi nationals. The two-week festival in Riyadh will include comedians such as Dave Chappelle, Kevin Hart, and Pete Davidson.
Not gonna lie. Dave Chappelle, that was a little disappointing, especially because Dave Chappelle is not a woke comedian, but he's a comedian that has a open mind. You know what I mean? Like, he's open to dialogue, and he keeps his, and but listen, Netflix offer you $25 million for one special. I don't know. They even went and negotiated a deal with HBO to get you the Chappelle show and for you to make money off of it because you got the fans to boycott. Dave Chappelle, because he made a stand he stood up to the industry and was called crackhead and all these other things. He's kind of become a comedian for the people. It's always been for the people, but that stand was like the ultimate stand. It's equivalent to when Muhammad Ali stood up to the government and, everybody looked at him like a hero. So it's kind of similar to that. So Dave Chappelle is held in really, really high regards. So I'm kind of surprised, but I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt and say maybe he just checked and looked at the bank account like Pete Davis is about to say, and he's seen all them zeros. He said, sign me up.
Davidson, whose father was a New York firefighter killed on 9/11, defended his decision to participate.
I've been getting a little bit of flack just because, like, my dad died 9/11, so they're like, how could you possibly go there? I just, I get the routing and then I see the number and I go, I'll go.
Comedian Shane Gillis says he turned down the gig despite an offer to double his paycheck.
It was a significant bag. What? But I'd already said no. I took a principled stand.
But others are cashing in. One comedian claiming top acts are earning up to $1.6 million. Many pro golfers faced similar criticism back in 2022 for playing in the Saudi-backed Live Golf tournament, which also offered big payouts. Critics claim the Saudi government is funding such events to soften its image. The organization...
Wait a minute. So you mean to tell me they were offended when Gervonta Tank Davis demanded 2 Ferraris, but they're out there overpaying golfers and comedians to try to clean up their public image? It's like, wait a minute. I bet you Tank is sitting there like, wait a minute, what? Maybe they did have Floyd Mayweather in the basement. I bet you Floyd wouldn't go back over there doing no exhibitions. I don't know what he did to them, who he offended. Somebody probably touched him. Oh, don't touch me. Money Mayweather all day. Greatest fighter ever lived. Don't put your raggedy, dirty, dusty hands on me, please. I don't know what Floyd did, but he was somewhere over there in the basement. But yeah, that's crazy, man. They got mad at Gervonta Tank Davis for demanding 2 Ferraris, and they over there just paying everybody, cameraman, everybody. Every American must get paid so that we could look like we're, not as bad as we really are.
Human Rights Watch is urging comedians to speak out against the Saudis, claiming they're using the festival to deflect attention from its brutal repression of free speech and other pervasive human rights violations.
These events are tied to a plan by the Saudi Crown Prince to boost tourism and the economy. Elizabeth Schultz, ABC News.
Ain't that what I told you? Ain't that what I said? To boost tourism and the economy. Vegas did it. They're following the Vegas strategy. Vegas is home of the betting, right? Home of the gambling. Like all that stuff, the origin of it was sports betting, and more specific than that, boxing. They always say boxing, Vegas is the home of boxing. You think that who you think made that up? Vegas made that up because Vegas wanted to be synonymous with boxing because boxing was super duper popular, and they wanted to be synonymous with the super duper popular sport so they can get the clout from it. And it brought a bunch of tourism, a bunch of money, a bunch of gambling, which is what they want to be. Turkey Al-Rashid wants to be Vegas 2.0. He wants to be Vegas 2.0. He wants that the reputation of what Vegas has, a good tourist place, because let's be honest. If Turkey Al-Rashid invited everybody in the chat and me and everybody in the chat to his country to go watch a boxing fight, we would be excited as hell. We would get more nervous the closer that it came to actually going there, because we know their reputation and we wouldn't want to be in the basement like Floyd Mayweather. So I'm just being honest. So that's what he's trying to get rid of, that stigma. And I want to show you this, right? So this is Dana White. He did an interview. He started talking about Zuff boxing and them launching it and all that other good stuff, right? And some interesting things that he said. So check this one out.
Belt, where like the winner of the Zuffa belt has a springboard into you do have a national championship, right? And then it's not the World Series, but is there going to be a Zuffa bodies, just the Ring Magazine belt as the world leaders? That's what you really geek out on your like contender series, right? So while I love the fact that you're not recognizing the sanctioning bodies, just the Ring Magazine belt as the world championship, but like in AAA, you do have a national championship, right? And then it's not the World Series, but is there going to be a Zuffa belt where like the winner of the Zuffa belt has a springboard into like Riyadh season and a championship fight, a Ring Magazine fight?
You and I have never talked about this, but the answer is yes.
Right,
That's
of
exactly
course.
what will happen.
Of course, yeah. Right.
There will be a Zuffa belt, and then there will be a ring belt. And yes, I will not recognize any of the other sanctioning bodies.
So when we
did you hear that? He will not recognize the other sanctioning bodies. They will only recognize the Ring Magazine, which Turkey Al-Rashid owns, and the Zuffa belt. So he's gonna come. See, that's with Teddy Atlas and them. All these sanctioning bodies, they're so corrupt. They're so this. We need a boxing czar. We need an organization. It's like they're gonna do the same thing that Bob Arum and everybody else. They all fight for control and to monopolize the sport. Dana White is no different. He's already. You don't even have to guess. Just look at what he's done in the UFC. All the UFC fighters come over to put their life in risk and get stretched to get their first $1 million payday in boxing. Like, he's already showed you what he's going to do as a boxing promoter. You don't have to guess. And he just told you he's not going to recognize the sanctioning bodies. And that's what they get. Jose Suleiman was throwing rose petals at Turkey Al-Rashid's feet as he was walking. You know what I mean? Love Turkey Al-Rashid was giving him hot stone massages, kissing him on the neck, whispering in his ear, all those good things, only for him to try to replace him. And he already showed him disrespect on the stage before for all his butt kissing. So that's what they get. That's what they get for being as corrupt as they are. They were easily manipulated and infiltrated. So that's what they get. But as far as Dana White trying to, and I always said this, when people talk about MMA, they never say MMA, they always say UFC. And they think of UFC as MMA. They don't even, if you say MMA, they're like, what is that? They don't know mixed martial arts is the actual sport. They think UFC is a sport. So he's trying to come over to boxing and do that. But when Top Rank tries to do that, they say, hey, no. When Don King and King Promotions try to do a belt, they say, hey, we don't want that. So why would y'all allow Dana White and Turkey Al-Rashid to try to come in and monopolize boxing? It doesn't make any sense to me. That was one of the things that he said. Here's another thing that he said. 3 points I wanted to address before I get out of here, because I'm not going to do a long live. It's not going to be a long live.
Inspired you to think about a Zuffa belt maybe as a springboard, or is that more based on the UFC model?
Yeah, based on the UFC model, which possibly could have been based off what you were talking about earlier, when I was younger and thinking about how I wanted to do this. And yeah, I mean, a lot of people I've seen a lot of talk about, oh, he's talking about doing this and that. It'll never work. Well, we'll find out in the next couple of years. I'm one of those guys that I'm going to put my head down for the next couple of years and grind and do. I'm not worried about what everybody else is doing. You got Eddie Hearn going, I want to compete with him. I want to do this and that. I don't care what any of those guys are doing. These guys have been doing what they've been doing for 100 years. None of them have any vision. None of them ever think big time, or we wouldn't even be having this conversation if.
It's so funny that Dana White's sitting up here talking because, like, in the words of Kanye West, he got a rich baby daddy. Because he has a rich baby daddy in Turkey Al-Shih, he's sitting up here talking with all the world's confidence in the world. Where Oscar De La Hoya was challenging him to go, hey, let's do it, Dana. You're a boxing promoter. Let's promote events. Let's see who's the better promoter. He didn't have any interest whatsoever. And he had the Fertitta brothers at the time and the UFC backing him. And he still didn't want to do no events. You know what I mean? So Dana White is just all talk, all bark, no bite. You know what I mean? Just talking because he like this, because he know he got a big bank behind him. I'm not interested in competing with those guys because they've been trying what they've been trying for 100 years and it hasn't been working. Well, you were trying what they were trying for 100 years and you failed at it. You didn't even try to get interested in coming back into the sport until Turkey Al-Shih was your backing. It's not a bold thing to do, Dana White. I would speak really, really boldly if I had Turkey Al-Shih's money behind me too.
Any of those guys were ever a threat.
Dana, I'm looking at the sign there, Art of War, and it reminds me of a Sun Tzu quote, which I'm sure you're familiar with: victorious warriors win first and then go to war. In other words, they've planned the thing out. They fought the battle already in their head. They are prepared. And when they know they're going to win, they go to war. Have you done that already? Has this thing, in your mind, have you mapped it all out? Or is this something that you're kind of making up as you're going along?
Yeah, I've had it. First of all, when you start anything, you have to have a vision. So once you have the vision, then you got to get in there and you got to get to work. And I say this every time, not just in new things that I do, whether it's Power Slap or any of the other businesses that I own outside the UFC. I'm going into a new deal with Paramount with the UFC. And guess what? Everything I've done in the past doesn't mean anything. I have to prove myself again next year. Now, going into boxing, I have to prove myself in this space, and I am ready to go.
So one of the ways you've proved yourself is, I was looking at this.
He only got his deal with Paramount because Donald Trump too as well. But let me show this last thing and then
style. They couldn't pick and choose and duck, and that's the UFC model. At a certain point, you're basically in a tournament, in a year-long tournament, to see who's going to get the top spot. Dana, I remember having dinner with you. You invited me to a dinner when you first bought Zuffa at Il Molino in New York City. You had a bunch of your fighters there, and you were laying out your plan for me about what you were going to do with the UFC. And I was a supporter. I loved the UFC, and I loved what you were saying. But I thought to myself, man, he's ambitious, and I think he can do it maybe, but it's going to take a long time. And within 5 years, you had done a lot of already of what you said. So let me ask you this with boxing. What are we looking at, do you think, in terms of the timetable? How long is it going to take for you to get labor costs under control, something for which you're criticized, but all major sports leagues do that so that they can put, bring pressure?
Oh my God, Max. No, not all major sports leagues do that. The NFL has a bunch of investors that come and put their money together.
Pressure to bear to make the best events. How long before you, like, the full realization of this vision? What are we waiting? 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years? What are you thinking?
Yeah, I mean, 2 years. You'll start to notice a big difference in 2 years. And one of the things, without sounding arrogant, if you look back throughout the last 25 years of me being in the UFC, everything that I said I would do, I have done. I don't just talk and say a bunch of, I don't babble and shoot my mouth off. When I say I'm going to do something, I do it. And I said I was waiting for the right time to get into boxing. Here we are now. And now over the next 2 years, I will put my head down and I will grind and start to implement, my vision on what we're going to do with our version of the sport of boxing.
You know, Dana, some of my I got into chess. I'm into any kind of fighting. You know, like boxing, UFC. You show me a lion against a tiger. You show me a chess game. I'm into it. So I know so are you. And in chess, the difference. My favorite books are the ones that teach it, where you see a master versus a beginner, a master versus intermediate, master versus expert. Master expert, it's kind of hard to tell the difference at first. And the real difference is not tactical skill. They're similar that way. But the master has a strategy. He has a long-term plan. And when I look at what you have done versus what most boxing promoters have done, most boxing promoters, when they get the big TV rights package deal, they pocket a lot of the money and don't reinvest as much into the product. And they think that's the payday. And what it seems to me with you is you've had a million big paydays, but it never and to me and to other people, it feels like, well, there's Dana's big payday. But you wind up putting it right back into the sport, and then an even bigger one comes along, and you just signed a rights package for $7.7 billion for the UFC. We're talking about NFL, NBA, MLB type numbers starting to get into that territory, rights deals that boxing has never had. Do you think it's possible to build a boxing business to that kind of scale?
That's the plan, and you're absolutely right. It's one of my you know, when I think about the boxing guys, all the boxing guys, all these guys that talk smack and all the dumb stuff that's said, these guys have been in the business for 100 years and none of them have done anything. I've never seen a business where there's been trillions of dollars in revenue, and at the end of the day, there's nothing there because none of them reinvested in the sport of boxing. Every time they put on an event, it's a going out of business sale. We have reinvested hundreds of millions of dollars into the sport of MMA and into the UFC. And yes, we will do the same with boxing.
I mean, that's music to my ears. And the fact that had you told me that 20 years ago at Il Molino, I would think, yeah, but what has this guy done that he thinks he can do that in boxing? But now the track record says, yes, he can do it. You have institutional knowledge of how to do it. And then partnered with Turki Al-Sheikh and Nick Khan, by the way, what I think unites all three of you is you love boxing. Like all three of you guys love boxing. And is that what brought you guys together? Like I think of boxing for so long, the power brokers a lot of times didn't even like the sport. Is that the unifying thing here?
Yeah, and everybody hated each other in boxing too. Yeah, it's almost like this was meant to happen. I've been talking about it, saying, you know, I'm kicking the tires, I'm looking at it. Timing is everything. And then the way that this whole thing came together, it literally reminds me of every other thing that's happened to me in my life. It's like this was the time and the place and the right people to make this happen.
So Dana, one of the things that's interesting about boxing is because it always did a good number for a relatively small investment compared to other sports. I mean, I think that's combat sports in general. Whenever there's been an expansion of broadcast technology, it fills the void. So when that was radio and TV, great, because boxing was available to the masses. When it became cable, premium pay cable, direct to consumer, it got siloed and fewer people could see it. What about this Paramount deal, other than the financial terms, was appealing to you as someone with an eye to grow the sport?
Great point. And you're dead on. And what I love about this deal is, first of all, the new owners are very well funded, incredibly smart businessmen, and very aggressive, which is right up my alley. And, after talking to them and hearing their future plans and what they want to do, in the media space, they were the perfect partners for me.
I think about what you guys did with this last Canelo Crawford fight, which kind of I'm hoping as you are that this kind of kickstarts a new golden era of boxing, right? A boxing that we haven't experienced in our lifetimes yet. And what occurs to me is things like moving a college football game to week 0 of that doesn't happen in boxing. That's like heavyweight type stuff, so to speak. Even looking at your merchandising. When I saw Canelo's merchandise stand, it looked like a typical boxing show. Like someone's uncle put it together or something. And when I saw what what you guys did, TKO with Fanatics and everything, it looked like the kind of experience that fans have grown accustomed to expecting at NFL games, at MLB games. It seemed big time. How difficult was it to get that game moved and to do all those things? Because to me, it speaks to the kind of the level of sophistication that we're talking.
Man, look, Dana White doesn't mean boxing no good. Look, I gotta leave the house right now to go run an errand, and boy, he lucky. He lucky I had to break this presentation, because if I would have gotten away with it, wasn't for you pesky kids. Y'all give me a second. But yeah, man, Dana White don't mean boxing no good. You know, that's why whenever Sean asked him the question that he asked him, he told him, "I'd love to do an interview with you." Yeah, I'm pretty sure you would. If you ever did do an interview with Sean, I must go. And that's the case that we're dealing with Dana White, because like Ariel Helwani had been homeless in the sport, the UFC, the sport of MMA or UFC, for a long time, because he dared to ask tough questions and not stick to the script. So I just don't know, that just ain't got no place in boxing. Somebody in the chat, I'm pretty sure they were trolling, but they were like, "I just want my video game. Just give me my video game." And it's like, okay. So you care more about the video game. So the price of boxing being monopolized by Turkey and fighters suffering. You know what's crazy? People don't even realize this, but Turkey Al-Rashid going with the Dana White model, that model will never work. It's going to always be hard for them to build stars, because they don't want stars to be bigger than their sport. And boxing is the free market. It's the free market, and it's superstars coming out of the woodworks to rise to UFC stardom. So they're blocking that. And it's their sport is suffering. They're trying to bring Conor McGregor. They're trying to bring Conor McGregor out of retirement right now. This dude got like sexual assault allegations because he sent someone a nude picture and with weights hanging from his penis. It's just some weird stuff that Conor McGregor has going on. And their idea is, you know what? I think we need to bring that guy back. I think that guy is good for UFC, because they're desperate. Conor McGregor's a company man, and he let them take all of his money when he fought Floyd Mayweather. And that's the kind of people they like, idiots. That's okay with getting crumbs. And like I said, they don't have any stars outside of that. John Jones, at this point, he's very beatable. He has a beer belly. Like, he just doesn't look good.
Come to order. I note that a quorum is present without objection. The chair is authorized to call a recess at any time. And I appreciate everybody's willingness to hang with us here because we were conducting votes on the floor, but we have a very exciting hearing today. And the topic of today's hearing is to examine the current state of the boxing industry and show how HR 4624, the Muhammad Ali American Boxing Revival Act, can help usher in a new golden age for the sport. For most of the 20th century, boxing stood at the heart of American sports and culture. It gave us legends like Jack Johnson, Sugar Ray Robinson, Jack Dempsey, and Muhammad Ali. And I should also note from the 7th Congressional District in Pennsylvania, Larry Holmes. We recognize exceptional boxers like world champion Christy Martin, who was elected to the International Boxing Hall of Fame in the first year that women were on the ballot. We also honor more recent champions like the great English boxer Ricky the Hitman Hatton, whose untimely passing reminds us of the lasting bond between fighters and the fans across the world. These boxers were champions in the ring and icons outside of it. Boxing has long been a symbol of grit, determination, and the will to overcome impossible odds, qualities that are at the heart of the American spirit. But today, we must face a hard truth. Boxing is failing to meet the high standards of American sports. What was once a respected and unified sport became fragmented, plagued by inconsistent standards, weak enforcement, and a troubling lack of accountability. Too often, fighters are pushed into dangerous matches without proper medical oversight. The result is a system that too frequently exploits the athletes instead of protecting them. And that's why, again, it's a very appropriate topic for our subcommittee on workforce protections. All of that must change. Professional boxing needs clear, consistent standards that safeguards fighters' health and restore integrity to the profession. As we learn more about the long-term dangers of CTE and performance-enhancing substances, we should honor fighters' courage with a system that protects their health and safeguards the sport. That's the purpose of HR 4624, the Muhammad Ali Boxing Revival Act. Building on the foundation of the Professional Boxing Safety Act of 1996, this bipartisan legislation will bring real change to the sport by putting fighters first. This bill establishes unified boxing organizations, or UBOs, to set uniform safety and fairness standards. Under these organizations, boxers would receive regular medical exams and routine MRI screenings with additional precautions for boxers over 40. Medical personnel will be present at every match. A strict, transparent anti-doping policy will also be enforced. This bill would set new industry-wide standards for medical insurance coverage and set a floor for per-round pay for boxers. Whether a boxer competes inside or outside a UBO, fair pay and medical protection will no longer be optional. They will be the standard. This is about rebuilding trust, protecting athletes, and reigniting the passion that once made boxing a cornerstone of American life. More importantly, it is about ensuring the sport doesn't sacrifice the health and dignity of its athletes. Boxing can be great again. It can inspire, uplift, and unify. HR 4624 can help revive a proud tradition while ensuring every fighter, from the first bell to the final round, is treated with dignity and respect. This is great legislation, and I want to commend those who are joining us here today as champions of this legislation in Congress. You and the work that you're doing embodies America's fighting spirit, and this administration, President Trump, and this Congress, who are all fighting to make America great again, want to join you in starting with that work and improving our boxing system right here in the United States. We also would like to enter into the record 6 letters in support of HR 4624 for the following organizations and individuals: the International Brotherhood of Teamsters, boxing champion Mike Tyson, the Association of Boxing Commissions, Tom Brown, president of TGB Promotions, PPG Paints Arena, the home of the Pittsburgh Penguins, and also Chartway Arena in Virginia. Again, want to thank everybody for being here, not only my colleagues who are going to give brief testimony, but also our panelists. And with that, I yield back to the ranking member for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses for your testimony today. When Republicans first noticed us of today's hearing, I was immediately excited. I've long been a fan of professional boxing and mixed martial arts, and I was hopeful that we could have a bipartisan discussion about revitalizing a sport that I love. I came to this issue not as a legislator, but as someone who admires the courage and the craft of fighters who put their bodies on the line in the pursuit of greatness. At the turn of the century, Congress passed two landmark pieces of legislation to protect and support American boxers. In 1996, Congress passed the Professional Boxing Safety Act, or PPSA, which outlined the health and safety provisions and mandated state athletic commissions to oversee all professional boxing events. In 2000, Congress strengthened PPSA with the Muhammad Ali Boxing Reform Act. The Ali Act was designed to clean up the business side of boxing after decades of corruption that harmed boxers' livelihoods and integrity of the sport. It required better financial disclosures, increased transparency of ranking and title decisions, and limited conflict of interest so that a single company or individual could not both control a boxer's contract and access to titles. This was meant to stop promoters from demanding that boxers sign away their entire career just to have a chance at a title. In practice, the Ali Act's provisions helped give boxers more information and leverage to negotiate for a fair share of the money that their fights generated and free themselves from any coercive and restrictive contract terms. We should build on these successes and take time to explore other critical issues such as the long-term cost of brain injury and the need for athletes in other combat sports like MMA to enjoy these protections. My hope is that we can use this hearing to discuss these issues thoughtfully and productively. However, my fear is that we are likely to focus on just one bill, H.R. 4624, the Muhammad Ali American Boxing Revival Act, and consider moving it quickly. But I urge my colleagues to take a moment to pause and hold two things in our minds at once. First, there are some genuinely promising provisions in the Revival Act. For example, a national $150 per round minimum payment would lessen financial strain on boxers who are still finding their footing in the sport. The bill would also set a national $25,000 floor for insurance coverage that the PPSA currently requires for every fight. Unfortunately, there are sections of the Revival Act that raise serious questions about who will actually control the future of boxing. It would remove guardrails that prevent influential promoters from controlling the industry and forcing boxers into contracts that they do not benefit from. This legislation could also allow major corporations to completely take over the sport, leaving boxers without the leverage or the ability to advocate for themselves and their physical and financial health. These provisions prioritize Goliath to the detriment of David. Boxers who put their bodies on the line deserve to fight in an industry that pays them well, values their health and safety, and does not make them vulnerable to economic exploitation. While not entirely harmful, this bill as crafted gives more power to promoters and big corporations than to boxers. This is why many professional boxers are speaking out against it, including Evander Holyfield, Oscar De La Hoya, Clarissa Shields, Jake Paul, and Nico Ali Walsh. I'm not here to reflectively support or oppose HR 4624. I'm here to ask important questions to everyone involved, the promoters, the regulators, and especially the corporations that stand to gain the most. Because we have to make sure that any revival of boxing does not come at the expense of the very athletes we say we are here to protect. I want this hearing to be the start of a longer, serious bipartisan conversation about how we support our boxers and bring investment into sport without sacrificing the necessary anti-monopoly firewalls that prevent American boxers from being exploited by powerful corporate actors and foreign investors. I look forward to our discussion today, and I yield.
Thank you to the ranking member, and it is a pleasure to be joined by a bipartisan duo of our colleagues, and we look forward to sharing the bipartisan spirit that they are bringing to us as we actually move forward with this legislation. And pursuant to Committee Rule 8C, all members can insert written testimony and statements into the record, may do so by submitting them to the committee electronically in Microsoft Word by 5 p.m., 14 days after this hearing. Without objections, the hearing record will remain open for 14 days to allow such statements and other extraneous materials noted during the hearing to be submitted to the official record. I note that some of our colleagues who are not permanent members of this subcommittee may be waiving on for the purposes of today's hearing. And with that, I will introduce our two panelists. First, we have Congressman Brian Jack, who represents Georgia's 3rd Congressional District. Our second witness is Congressman Stephen Horsford, who represents Nevada's 4th Congressional District. We appreciate both of you being here today, and you're fully aware of the procedures and testimony and the lighting system and timing, so I don't need to go into that. And with that, we'll recognize Representative Jack.
Chairman McKenzie, Ranking Member Omar, Chairman Wahlberg, Ranking Member Scott, Chairman Comer, and Representatives Mesmer, Grothman, Miller, Fine, Stevens, Allen, Kassar, and Takano, thank you for welcoming my testimony today. I'm honored to submit H.R. 4624, the Muhammad Ali American Boxing Revival Act, for your consideration. I authored and introduced this legislation, which is bipartisan, with Representative Sharice Davids, a talented athlete and a chief deputy whip within the House Democratic Caucus. Professional boxing in America has an incredibly rich and storied history. It's a sport that demands courage, perseverance, and determination from its champions, and its heroes have inspired greatness, ignited dreams, and forged generations of memories and tradition. 39 years before Jackie Robinson bravely broke barriers in Major League Baseball, Jack Johnson, the Galveston Giant, reigned as the first black heavyweight champion of the world from 1908 to 1915. Decades before the New York Knicks were formed, thousands of spectators crammed into Madison Square Garden to see Jack Dempsey fight. Many of you may recall storied bouts during boxing's golden era, like Leon Spinks versus Muhammad Ali in 1978, Marvin Hagler versus Thomas Hearns in 1985, and Mike Tyson's championship fights in the 1990s. Unfortunately, American boxing has since faced a steady decline. 37 years have passed since an American won a heavyweight gold medal at the Olympics, and the majority of boxing's premier fights are now overseas, many, many time zones away. In recent years, HBO World Championship Boxing and Showtime Championship Boxing, long home to the greatest fights, ceased operations. Just a few months ago, ESPN's contract with a leading boxing promotion ended without renewal. Today, we submit legislation before you that will fix boxing's downturn and revive this great American sport. For over a century, individual states enacted legislation to regulate professional boxing, but the patchwork of regulations without uniform minimum standards led to widespread exploitation and rampant corruption. Since the 1950s, Congress has considered legislation to address these problems, and after multiple attempts in the 1990s, Congress finally acted, passing the Professional Boxing Safety Act of 1996 and the Muhammad Ali Boxing Reform Act in 2000. As a result, boxing is the only professional sport regulated by Congress. The Muhammad Ali American Boxing Revival Act amends the Professional Boxing Safety Act of 1996 and preserves and protects the original Ali Act in its entirety. First, our legislation clarifies ambiguities in current law that have stifled innovation and investment into the sport. This bill allows for the creation of alternative systems called Unified Boxing Organizations, otherwise known as UBOs, that will provide professional boxers with more protections, better pay, and greater protections. The UBO system will not replace the current structure involving sanctioning organizations. Instead, UBOs will be a separate parallel system to the sanctioning organizations that will provide boxers with the freedom to choose which of the two systems works best for them. Additionally, this bill will return premier boxing events to our country, spurring economic growth and success across host communities. For this reason, the operators of many of America's greatest venues endorsed this bipartisan legislation, including State Farm Arena in Atlanta, Georgia, Madison Square Garden in New York City, New York, Target Center and U.S. Bank Stadium in Minneapolis, Minnesota, Little Caesars Arena in Detroit, Michigan, Crypto.com Arena in Los Angeles, California, Moody Center in Austin, Texas, and Chartway Arena in Norfolk, Virginia. And just yesterday, this legislation received a letter of support from the 1.3 million members of the International Brotherhood of Teamsters, one of America's largest unions. To improve the safety and well-being of boxers, this legislation establishes a minimum payment per round of $150 for professional boxers, aligning a patchwork of existing state laws to a uniform standard that will protect boxers from exploitation, especially in the early stages of their career. Additionally, this act strengthens existing health and safety protections for boxers to extend their careers and earning potential. Finally, to safeguard the integrity of the sport, this legislation implements strict anti-betting policies and restricts UBOs from charging boxers fees for placement in rankings or participation in championship matches. Sadly, earlier this week, super middleweight champion of the world, Terence "Bud" Crawford, was stripped of his championship belt for allegedly failing to pay fees to the sanctioning organization. Our legislation prohibits this practice for boxers who elect to join a UBO. In closing, the Muhammad Ali American Boxing Revival Act provides us with a chance to make history. Once enacted, this legislation will be celebrated for decades to come. So let's join together in a spirit of bipartisanship and revive one of America's greatest sports in the name of one of America's greatest athletes, Muhammad Ali. I yield back.
Thank you. Our second witness is Congressman Stephen Fursford, and we will now turn to you.
Thank you to the Workforce Protection Subcommittee Chair, Mr. McKenzie, and to the Ranking Member, Ms. Omar, and to the full committee chair, Mr. Wahlberg, and the Ranking Member, Mr. Scott, as well as all the other members, for allowing me to testify along with my colleague before the subcommittee today in support of creating more opportunities for American boxers. And I will keep my remarks brief, but I am here in support. Why am I here today? That answer is simple. Las Vegas is the undisputed fight capital of the world, and our community knows better than most what boxing means. Many of the sport's most iconic bouts took place under the neon glow of the Nevada desert. I remember the legendary Hagler-Hearns fight at Caesar's Palace in 1985, the fight that electrified the nation and showcased boxing at its very best. This sport is woven into the fabric and culture of the Silver State. It is intertwined history dates back to March 17th, 1897, when Nevada hosted the very first legalized boxing match in the United States. That heritage continues to grow stronger with every event. In fact, as of 2023, researchers at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas estimated that 1 in 4 workers in Las Vegas and nearly 30% of the city's GDP is tied to recreation and entertainment services, including sports. Out-of-town visitors attending sporting events generated nearly $2 billion in direct economic output in fiscal year 2022 for our community. UNLV forecasts more than 12% growth in performing arts and specter sports industries by 2030. That's 3,000 new and permanent jobs. So in other words, when sports thrive, Nevada's economy thrives, and thousands of workers feel the impact. But it has now been 25 years since Congress enacted the original Ali Act to confront corruption, exploitation, and dangerous gaps in boxing. That landmark law made a meaningful difference, but the world of professional boxing has changed dramatically since its passage. Today, in this room, we have an obligation to evaluate where the system is working and where it is clearly falling short for fighters. And that is why H.R. 4624, the Muhammad Ali American Boxing Revival Act, is so important. This bill allows a new, modernized business model to exist alongside the current sanctioning body system, a system that many across the sport agree is not adequately serving boxers or fans. H.R. 4624 creates room for innovation, competition, and expanded opportunities. It establishes a new pathway that can increase stability, elevate safety standards, and ultimately give fighters more control over their career. These reforms move the sport in the right direction. But at the same time, I want to be candid. The bill is not perfect, and there are areas. Look, these concerns should be part of a bipartisan dialogue as the legislation moves forward. I urge all of you, together with Representative Jack and myself and the bill's other co-sponsors, to listen closely today to the expert panel of witnesses and to identify what works and pinpoint areas that need refinement. By doing so, we can craft a final product that strengthens protections for boxers while fostering a healthier, more competitive boxing landscape. Congressional action transformed professional boxing a generation ago. Today, we have the opportunity and the responsibility to act again. If we do so thoughtfully, collaboratively, and with a commitment to the athletes at the center of this sport, we can help usher in a revival worthy of Muhammad Ali's name and legacy. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank you to Congressman Jack and Horsford for coming to testify before the subcommittee on workforce protections today as we discuss H.R. 4624, the Muhammad Ali American Boxing Revival Act. We share your interest in fostering greater investment and innovation in American boxing. Ultimately, we know that will lead to greater competition, more people involved, and increasing the abilities of American boxers. So this legislation in this hearing is just the start of our efforts to make American boxing great again, and we appreciate you being here today. With that, we will now seat the second panel, and we will pause for a minute as the panel gets situated. I'll ask those witnesses to come forward at this time. All right. Well, now that the second panel of witnesses has been seated, I want to welcome all of you. Our first witness is Mr. Lawrence Epstein, Senior Executive Vice President and Chief Operating Officer of the Ultimate Fighting Championship from Las Vegas, Nevada. Our second witness is Ms. Lani Ali, widow of Muhammad Ali and co-founder of the Muhammad Ali Center in from Louisville, Kentucky. Our third witness is Mr. Patrick English, the principal partner and owner of Dines and English, LLC from Clifton, New Jersey. Our final witness is Mr. Andy Foster, the executive officer of the California State Athletic Commission from Sacramento, California. Again, welcome to all of you. We want to thank you for being here, and we look forward to your testimony. I should note that pursuant to committee rules, I will ask each of you to limit your oral testimony to a 3-minute summary of written testimony which you have provided. As committee members may have questions for each of you, the clock will count down from 3 minutes. Pursuant to Committee Rule 8D, the committee practice, however, is not to cut off any individual in their testimony until you reach the 5-minute mark. I would also like to remind the witnesses to be aware of their responsibility to provide accurate information to the subcommittee. And with that, I will recognize our first witness today, Mr. Epstein. You are recognized for your testimony.
Thank you very much, Chairman McKenzie, Ranking Member Omar, and distinguished members of the subcommittee. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today to discuss H.R. 4624, the Muhammad Ali American Boxing Revival Act. My name is Lawrence Epstein, and I'm the Senior Executive Vice President and Chief Operating Officer of the UFC, the world's premier mixed martial arts organization. I've worked in combat sports for nearly 3 decades, first as a private practice lawyer representing clients across combat sports, and now as an executive with the UFC, where we have spent many years and invested billions of dollars building a global sport that has benefited thousands of athletes, many local communities, and hundreds of millions of fans. I deliver these remarks today as a proud boxing fan. My father first introduced me to the sport in its golden era of the 1970s and 1980s, when I watched American boxing legends like Muhammad Ali, Mike Tyson, Sugar Ray Leonard, and marvelous Marvin Hagler captivate millions of fans with their otherworldly courage, determination, and athleticism. And I'm honored to sit here today alongside Lonnie Ali, co-founder of the Muhammad Ali Center and guardian of Muhammad's legacy, to discuss our support of this legislation. It is undeniable that professional boxing has suffered a steady decline in popularity in the United States. The sport's evolution and growth have been stifled, reducing opportunities for boxers and undermining the fan experience. The Muhammad Ali American Boxing Revival Act can reverse this decline by creating a new space for an innovative model that will enhance and grow the industry and create more choices and opportunities for boxing. This bill establishes a framework for alternative systems called Unified Boxing Organizations, or UBOs, which would provide professional boxers with more career opportunities, better pay, and greater health and safety protections. UBOs would not replace, I want to repeat this, UBOs would not replace sanctioned organizations. Instead, UBOs would exist as a separate parallel system. Boxers would have the freedom to choose between the two systems, the sanctioned organization model that currently exists or the UBO model. Is whatever one is best for them, they will be able to choose. UBO boxers would benefit from additional health and safety protections, including enhanced comprehensive medical exams, more licensed physicians and ambulance units present at each event, and perhaps most importantly, health coverage for injuries sustained during training, which corrects a massive deficiency in the current system. UBOs would also offer independently administered anti-doping programs with no notice testing, both in and out of competition, to ensure that no boxer has an unfair and dangerous advantage over his or her opponent. UBOs would also maintain strict anti-betting policies to safeguard the integrity of competition. Beyond UBOs, this bill would also provide benefits to boxers fighting in the sanctioning organization system. The bill establishes a national minimum payment of $150 per round for all professional boxers. The Association of Boxing Commissioners believes this change will help boxers, since 6 states have minimums less than $150 per round, while most states have absolutely no minimum at all. And lastly, through this legislation, all professional boxers would have access to better health insurance, including a first-time national minimum of $25,000 of coverage for injuries sustained during a bout, higher than the current minimum in 43 states. It is also very important to note that my company, UFC, already has extensive experience in operating a best-in-class combat sports organization. For more than 2 decades, UFC has worked to become the gold standard for athlete health and safety in combat sports. We're proud of our track record, and we would certainly bring that expertise to bear in the boxing industry. As boxing is the only professional sport regulated by Congress, we believe congressional action in the form of bipartisan H.R. 4624 is needed to clarify the ambiguity in current law that has stifled investment and led to the problems that have diminished the sport for athletes and fans alike. This bill is a thoughtful solution that preserves the original Ali Act while providing boxers with access to more choices and opportunities, greater health and safety protections, and better pay. I want to thank the subcommittee for giving me the opportunity to testify here today, and be happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you. And now I recognize Mrs. Ali for your testimony. If you can just tap the microphone, please, there, ma'am.
There we go. Sorry.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman McKenzie, Ranking Member Omar, and distinguished members of the Workforce Protection Subcommittee. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today to discuss H.R. 4624, the Muhammad Ali American Boxing Revival Act. My name is Lonnie Ali, and I am honored to speak to you as the wife and partner of the greatest boxer of all time, the self-proclaimed, globally recognized, and original GOAT, Muhammad Ali. I met Muhammad in 1963 when I was 6 years old and living in Louisville, Kentucky. Back then, the young Cassius Clay played a role in my life as a hometown hero and a growing global icon whose influence extended far beyond the ring throughout his career. After his retirement for boxing, we married and I stood beside him for more than 3 decades as his closest companion, advocate, and eventually his caregiver. Muhammad went on to become an Olympic champion and 3-time heavyweight champion of the world, earning numerous accolades, and including the Presidential Medal of Freedom in 2005 from President George W. Bush. Boxing gave Muhammad a platform to speak truth to power, to fight for civil rights, and to inspire millions around the world. He believed that boxing gave him the public platform to serve others, to be the voice for the voiceless. Muhammad often said, "Service to others is the rent you pay for your room here on earth." Needless to say, he lived his life practicing what he preached. He appreciated and utilized the immense platform boxing gave him to serve others and speak out about issues that moved him. Today, as co-founder of the Muhammad Ali Center in Louisville, I carry forward Muhammad's legacy of promoting respect, hope, and understanding throughout the world. The center serves as both a museum and a cultural institution, celebrating his global legacy, and as an educational institution that inspires young people to find their own greatness. This brings me to why I strongly support H.R. 4624. Congress has long recognized that boxing needs help. 25 years ago, Congress honored Muhammad by enacting the Muhammad Ali Boxing Reform Act to address corruption and other problems in boxing. These issues were not new to Muhammad, to Congress, or to the country. Indeed, in the 1960s, it was well known that the mob controlled much of boxing. In the late 1990s and the early 2000s, Muhammad and I were honored to work with the late and honorable Senator John McCain of Arizona to strengthen reforms throughout the Muhammad Ali Boxing Reform Act. 25 years later, boxing has suffered a steady decline in both popularity and integrity. Young athletes who might have once seen boxing as a pathway to success now face a system plagued by structural limitations, inadequate safety protections, and limited opportunities for fair compensation. One needs only to understand that HBO, Showtime, and ESPN have dropped boxing programming to know that boxing is in trouble. I was asked about this bill and felt a personal obligation to assess whether it would be good for boxing and for boxers. I certainly cannot speak for Muhammad. As you know, he had a way with words. The perspective I bring is whether this bill reinforces Muhammad's life's work, and it does. In addition to injecting some much-needed competition into the current system, this bill has significant health, safety, and integrity provisions that will no doubt be good for the sport. These three elements are particularly meaningful to me. Minimum compensation, mandatory MRI testing, which will require MRI and MRA tests every 3 years, and performance and recovery centers. Muhammad's perspective on boxing transcended its demanding physical aspects. He was well known for his focus on the mental and emotional strength, courage, and self-belief gained through the sport, viewing boxing as a platform for expressing convictions and inspiring others. He believed in the importance of mental fortitude and willpower, professing that the will must be stronger than the skill. If Muhammad were here today, I know he would want to ensure that boxing remains strong and viable for generations to come, providing opportunities for other athletes to pursue their goals and dreams just like he did. This legislation has the potential to create countless opportunities for young athletes while establishing the safety standards and ethical practices that should have been in place long ago. It can help restore boxing's position as a respected American sport, while ensuring that fighters who make it great are treated with dignity and the protection they deserve. Given its enhanced protections for boxers, I believe Muhammad would be proud to have his name associated with this legislation. Thank you very much for your time and consideration. I look forward to working with you to pass this important legislation, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Thank you. And next, we'll recognize Mr. English for his testimony.
Thank you very much. And
Microphone as well, please.
thank you to
The button. Is it on?
Button.
There you go. Thanks, sir.
Thank you. The why am I here today is a question. I've been involved in all of the boxing reform movements since the original Boxing Health and Safety Act. Very involved, to the extent of working with the staff of John McCain in both acts to help draft them. Now, I'm going to be the minority here. I am glad that Congress is taking a new look, because there are things that should be corrected and modified. But this act is not the way to go. What the real purpose of this act is, in addition to the things that Lonnie Ali said, when they're all good, and I'm all in favor of that. I have them down on my little pad here, is to give a monopoly power, or attempt to give a monopoly power, to a particular UBO, which is Zuffa. Most boxers who, through their organizations and individually, are opposed to this act. Nobody, to my knowledge, has gathered them together to speak as they have before the ABC, before the California Athletic Commission, and many other places. When it became known that I was going to testify today, I was deluged with folks that said, make sure they ask this, make sure they ask that. Well, it's not my role, nor do I have the time to do that. But let me tell you really quickly how the other acts that I've mentioned were generated. There was no one who was a lobbyist who was involved in those acts. There were a group, including John McCain, of people who cared and wanted to help a sport that needed help. So they worked collectively together in a long series of hearings. Sadly, it took years, but it got better. The Muhammad Ali Act, as an example, broke to some extent, not to the extent I would like, a grip of ratings organizations in a way that was very bad. Corrupt is the word that I would choose to use. This bill, unfortunately, takes away some of the guidelines that were so important, particularly in the Muhammad Ali Act. For instance, I have provided written testimony, but just certain things. The firewall provision will not apply to the UBO. That's not helpful to anyone except somebody who wants to control. The next thing of many is that it does not require that positive drug tests be reported as they are now. Right now, they are reported to the local commission, they're reported to the ABC, and of course, through the ABC, to the organization that holds the, sorry, long day. that reports results. It's called BoxRec, and it has a contract with the ABC. This bill says, or it goes to those, or the UBO. That's wrong. There has been lots of suspect that results have been held, not reported, or manipulated. That can't be. It is a formula for a problem. I have written testimony. I know you've read it. I'm running out of time here. But I really would like to answer any questions that you have, recognizing that I'm really in the minority of this panel.
All right. Well, thank you. We appreciate everybody being here. And lastly, we will recognize Mr. Foster for your testimony.
Good afternoon, Chairman McKenzie, Ranking Member Omar, and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Andy Foster, and I serve as Executive Officer of the California State Athletic Commission and multiple leadership positions within the Association of Boxing Commissions. I was also a professional fighter. Thank you for holding this important hearing for consideration of the Muhammad Ali American Boxing Revival Act. Members of Congress, in 44 states right now, a professional boxer can fight 4, 6, or sometimes 8 rounds, get knocked unconscious, concussed, need stitches, suffered a broken orbital, or worse, and the check they're handed at the end of the night is literally $1. I've stood ringside and watched it happen. In some cases, fighters actually pay the promoter a fee just to be on the card. So they leave the venue worse off, both financially and physically, than when they arrived. Members of Congress, that's not a sport. That's sanctioned exploitation. In 2016, California said no more. The commission banned $1 contracts and set a minimum purse of $100 per scheduled round. In 2023, Governor Gavin Newsom signed legislation that the commission sponsored that doubled purses to a minimum of $200 per round, the highest in the country. A 4-round fighter in California now walks away with at least $800. It's still modest money, but for the thousands of club-level fighters who keep this sport alive, it's enough money to get you home. H.R. 4624 would finally bring the rest of America to a reasonable floor, $150 per round, meaning $600 for a 4-rounder. That single provision would be the biggest pay raise the working class boxer has ever seen. But money's only part of the picture. Boxing injuries can be brutal and expensive. Too many promoters today carry $5,000 or $10,000 insurance policies. When a fighter needs an overnight hospital stay, an MRI, emergency surgery, those bills go unpaid and often get sent to the fighter himself. This bill fixes that by requiring every professional card in the country to carry at least $25,000 in no deductible medical coverage paid for by the promoter and not the athlete. That's real protection. That's what boxing needs. That will help boxing. The legislation also establishes the first federal medical baseline, an annual physical, dilated eye exam, and blood testing for hepatitis B, C, and HIV. California and a handful of other states already greatly exceed these standards, and the bill wisely lets us continue to do so. But no boxer in any state will again be cleared with just a quick blood pressure check and a handshake. The California State Athletic Commission voted unanimously to support this bill, and we particularly urge you to add one amendment that we've requested: an automatic inflation adjustment so that these person insurance minimums, these protections, don't erode over time. We also strongly back the Unified Boxing Organization framework in the bill. It gives fighters genuine choice in how they want to pursue titles without the crushing sanctioning fees that drain purses today. It gives the fighters a choice. Mr. Chairman, professional boxers put their health and their future on the line every single time they step through the ropes. H.R. 4624 says that their safety, Their basic dignity and their ability to pay a medical bill are not negotiable. California regulates more combat sports events than any other state in the country by a wide margin. And we are proud to stand with Congressman Jack and Congresswoman Davids, who is also a fighter, and the other members of Congress to support this bipartisan bill. Please pass this bill, add the inflation adjustment, and give American boxers the protection that they've earned in blood and sweat. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer your questions.
Thank you. Under Committee Rule 9, we will now ask questions of the witnesses, and under the 5-minute rule, I would recognize myself first, but I'm going to yield to our full committee chairman, Mr. Wahlberg, for mission.
I thank the gentleman for your kindness in doing that. And I appreciate the panel for being here, very much so. I guess I'd add a few more names to the Little Caesars Arena in Detroit. Got to remember the fist, Joe Louis and the Joe Louis Arena. Kronk Gym, which is making a comeback. Certainly, I'm so proud that the longtime home of Muhammad and Lonnie Ali was in my district. And so good to have you here. Mr. Epstein, being a wrestler, I guess a pugilist to some degree, myself and having 5 shoulder surgeries as a result of that, chicken wings, arm bars, Granby rolls, and all of the rest, I wouldn't not do it over again. But that was amateur. I guess I'd like to hear more about the medical coverage of the Ultimate Fighting Championship that goes on, specifically goes on in a person's life, as well as especially the training aspect. What's covered there?
Congressman, thanks for that question. Most injuries actually take place with mixed martial arts athletes, combat sports athletes in training, because every fight they participate in, many hours are used to train for that particular bout. And that's when many injuries occur. And so over a decade ago at the UFC, we instituted what we call an accident insurance policy for all of the athletes at the UFC that are currently under contract with us. That accident insurance policy provides coverage for any acute injury sustained by the athlete in training or in any other situation, frankly, leading up to the event. You heard a little bit about what we'd like to do with this bill, which would be to increase the amount of coverage that would be for injuries sustained in a bout. But the coverage that we provide, obviously dovetails with that. It covers all injuries, any acute injury that's sustained during training, and frankly, any injury that the athlete sustains while they're under contract. And that's a very significant thing because in many situations, athletes, they don't have coverage. And they will actually go into a bout injured in order to avail themselves to the, at this point, fairly limited accident insurance policy they'll have relating to a bout injury. So we're very proud of that. We've done it for, I said, over a decade now. And it's something that we think is central to the UBO model and a requirement that all UBOs should have to implement before they can have the status.
That industry-wide standard is greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Ali, you co-founded the Muhammad Ali Center with your late husband. Core mission of the center, as I understand, is to continue his legacy for promoting respect and inspiring positive change. How do you believe HR 4624 works toward achieving those goals?
Thank you for that question, Congressman. My husband spent his life trying to inspire and uplift people, especially those who did not have a voice of their own. In this situation, a lot of the boxers don't have that voice either. I appreciate this bill in particular because it addresses not only the legacy of Muhammad in his sport of boxing, where it will maintain that presence of boxing in American sports culture, but also what it does for the people who participate and make that sport possible for us to watch. It will uplift them with minimum payment for each round they box, the health and safety standards that have been incorporated into this act, especially the MRI and MRA brain testing, which is especially important to me. Every 3 years, beginning the first year and then every 3 years thereafter, they are required to take that test. As well as as I said, the performance and recovery institutes that they have. My husband never had any kind of opportunity to have that kind of support as an athlete. A lot of other league athletes do. And boxers are entitled to that as well. And I believe that my husband would approve of the provisions in this act that uplift those boxers and provide a pathway, just the way it provided a pathway for him, to a bigger platform to make an honest living, a decent living, and to be protected while doing so.
Thank you. Before I yield back, because I have to here, I want to say, Mr. Foster, thank you for bringing reality in your testimony to what the sport is about and what fighters go through. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Chairman. I will next recognize our ranking member of the subcommittee for 5 minutes of questioning.
5 questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. English, thank you so much for joining us. Can you briefly remind us of what the world of boxing looked like before the Ali Act and what were the conditions and practices that led to the Ali Act?
Repeating, in my view, it was thoroughly corrupt. Ratings were sold. We know that as a fact because there was a conviction as a result of it. There was a coziness, I think I say in my written testimony, between promoters and managers. Now, a manager should have a fiduciary duty to a fighter. Manager meaning anyone who gets a percentage of the fighter's purse, who is not a promoter. That was not the case. We had, and still do, have issues where you have relatives who manage fighters where a promoter has an interest. If you're asking also about the Health and Safety Act, it was a start. It wasn't the completion. There's a lot more that needed to be done, but the biggest thing that happened was the suspension list administered through the ABC into a company called BoxRec. Right now it's BoxRec. It was something else then.
Let me ask you this. If the Revival Act was passed, would Unified Boxing Organization or UBOs be allowed to undertake any of the practices that the Ali Act prohibited?
Yes. One major one is the coziness, I use that word, between managers and the UBO. Whether it's the UFC, Zuffa, or anybody else who may come along. Nobody else exists right now. But I have seen provisions of contracts that require the signing with a quote advisor, unquote, for 15% of a boxer's income. It was in a promotional contract. So, and that was an entity that was a Zuffa-related entity. Now that's absolutely prohibited. Now, I don't know whether that contract was provisioned on the completion of this bill, but it's there.
Yeah.
That is, I don't know why, but it's there.
Thank you. Mr. Epstein, the UFC settled a long-standing antitrust case after allegations of using restrictive contracts, keeping fighters' pay at roughly 15 to 20% of revenue, as Mr. English was kind of alluding to. what minimum share of event revenues can you commit today that boxers could receive under SUFA Boxing League?
Yeah, first, let me just address, sort of the lawsuit, which is part of your question. We did settle the lawsuit. It was 10 years of litigation. We made a business decision to settle it. But I want to be clear, there was no finding of any liability or anything along those lines. As far as committing to any percentage today, obviously can't do that. We're starting a new business. If this legislation is passed, we're going to be starting a new business, and it's going to be a
Okay, well,
startup
then let me ask you this. UFC is being sued again, not only with more claims of wage suppression, but also new allegations of discovery violation, even though you just said there was no discovery, possibly withholding a substantial amount of evidence that was crucial to the UFC's bid for force their antitrust claims into arbitration. With all these lawsuits, I'm having a hard time seeing why any of the fighters would ever be able to trust that they will be paid fairly in the system. So, Mr. Epstein, what would you tell the many boxers who are worried about being trapped in a long course of contract, or how will you make sure that the economic freedom of boxers will not be taken away under this model that you're advocating for?
What I would tell them is they're going to have a choice. What's very clear from this legislation is that the existing Ali Act is not going to change at all. We're adding new provisions that will add we've talked about, the Unified Boxing Organizations, or UBOs. There's going to be a choice for athletes to make. I don't see how choice is a bad thing. If our system is not providing the economic opportunities for athletes, they can avail themselves to the existing system. But the problem we've got is the current state of boxing is just a disaster. As was mentioned in previous testimony from witnesses on this panel, there are no major media companies in the United States of America that currently broadcast in any way, shape, or form a consistent cadence of boxing events. If we look back 10 or 15 years ago, you had HBO, you had Showtime, you had ESPN Friday Night Fights, which I loved, Tuesday Night Fights on USA. I mean, I'm a huge boxing fan too. I want this sport to be successful. I want it to win. And I really do believe that the UBOs will give it a chance. But ultimately, it's going to be a choice for athletes. If they don't like it, they can choose to stick with the existing system.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Epstein, I will go to myself for the next round of questions, and I'd like to continue and pick up where the ranking member left off. When it comes to competition amongst different organizations and the potential for increased competition through HR 4624, I would like to hear how UFC's safety standards compare to other existing boxing industry standards that are in place today.
Thank you for that question. I mean, we believe that the UFC standards for health and safety are truly the gold standard in the combat sports industry. As I mentioned in a previous question, we provide accident insurance policies for all of our athletes. I think we have 750 athletes currently under contract. All 750 plus have what's called an accident insurance policy that covers them for all acute injuries. It was also mentioned by Ms. Ali that we have a UFC Performance Institute. That Performance Institute is a physical space that we have in several locations around the world that provides world-class training, nutrition, injury recovery, and sports science to all of our athletes free of charge. Those are just two things that we're doing to set the industry standard when it comes to combat sports. And the final thing, which I will mention, because Mr. English did mention, is drug testing. And I was a bit confused by his comments, and I agree with him that there should be absolute transparency when it comes to adverse drug testing, performance-enhancing drug testing results. Over 10 years ago, we instituted what I believe to be is the gold standard, not in the world of combat sports, but in the world of professional sports, a 365-day random out-of-competition testing protocol for all of our athletes, all administered by a third party. We don't decide who gets tested, when they get tested, for what they get tested, and all of the adjudication of any adverse results is handled by a third party. So this is the industry-leading stuff that we're doing for the health and safety in the UFC, and we absolutely intend to do this in a unified boxing organization structure.
Thank you. And I would note, I mean, when it comes to boxing and a regulated sport like this, we're talking about compensation for fighters. We're talking about the opportunity for more competition, more highlighting of the sport on national TV, but safety standards and health provisions are critically important to those boxers. And I do believe that that is one area where competition in the marketplace could actually increase those standards for everybody across the industry as well, because boxers are going to be picking and choosing where they want to compete. And they're going to be looking at that whole array of issues, not just compensation and exposure, but also the health and safety of the competing organization. So I think that is critically important that we highlight that here. Mr. Foster, I'll go to you next. Do want to talk about, with your long tenure in the industry and especially now as a regulator, how have you seen the boxing industry change since the passage of the Muhammad Ali boxing reform in 2000? And how do you believe that the changes that we are trying to correct can be remedied with the legislation that's being discussed today?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Some of the changes that I've saw have been somewhat negative over the years. Look, I mean, we lost HBO, we lost Showtime, we lost Fox, we lost ESPN. We're not on TV. The boxing's not on TV anymore. DAZN, they're based in the UK. They're broadcasting, but that's been one area. Another area that's been helpful is, like Pat said, we have the suspension list, and now that BoxRec's doing it, we've got really good with communicating with the other states. We don't have fighters fighting on suspension. That's been helpful with the Reform Act. But one of the things, Mr. Chairman, when we talk about what happened in '96 and what happened in 2000, now we're in 2025. Is not how much has changed, how much is still the same. The boxers are still being exploited. Look, it was $100 a round 25 years ago. I'm talking about the minimum standard, okay? I mean, dollar contracts are relatively, from my experience, a relatively newer type idea, giving the fighters the tickets to sell, and that's how you're paid, and making them do this kind of thing. And then this idea of having to use, whether you're going to have to use your money that you just made to pay the deductible to get your stitches done, these are not okay. And this bill addresses those particular issues. And just in final, because I'm running out of time here, I think that adding competition will help the industry, because the sanctioned organizations, it's interesting to me that their fees are all the same. Okay, or roughly all the same. The IBF will give you a break at 2% if you're the champion, I think. But the fees are essentially all the same. Isn't that interesting? I think it's interesting.
Thank you again. And for our next questions, we'll go to Mr. Rothman from Wisconsin.
Yeah, thanks. First of all, just, you're right, you don't see boxing on TV much anymore. But wasn't there a time in this country where if you were in the service, you either had to pick and be a boxer or a wrestler? You want to comment on that?
Yeah, I can just jump in here quickly and just say, virtually every branch of the U.S. military now trains in some form of combat sports, mixed martial arts, boxing, wrestling, et cetera. So I think what you're saying is absolutely accurate.
Yeah, I think during the 50s, if you were in the military. Okay. Your written testimony, well, this is for you, Mr. Epstein. Your written testimony also says the current mega event model in boxing financially benefits a few boxers at the top. How would the creation of a UBO organization promote growth for the sport and success spread out among the boxers a little bit more?
Yeah, I think the model really is what we've done at the UFC. We purchased the UFC in 2001. We were doing a handful of events, 4 or 5 events per year. In 2026, we'll do 43 events. Typically, that's 12 to 14 bouts per event. So that's, essentially 24 to 28 athletes competing. This is the type of stuff that we're going to do in the world of boxing. We're increase capacity. We're going to not just create opportunities for 1 or 2 boxers every few years to do a mega fight, but create a consistent cadence of events, which of course means a consistent cadence of work for a huge number of boxers. As I mentioned at UFC, we're 750 athletes currently, plus or minus a few. This is the type of aspirations that certainly we have for the boxing industry. And that means, as I said, not just more athletes making more money on a per round basis, but actually more athletes making money in general.
Okay, how would the Unified Boxing Organizations coordinate with state athletic commissions?
State athletic commissions are a key part, and they're really the linchpin for all of the regulatory, health and safety, athlete payment issues that relate to boxing in this country. So every single event that we would do in the United States of America would only be done if it was sanctioned by a state athletic commission. So we do a lot of work with Andy in California. That would be the case if we did events in California. And unless you want to repeat that, we would not be doing any events in this country without them being fully sanctioned by athletic commissions.
I remember the golden days of boxing, and everything was always on Friday nights on ESPN. I'd like to watch. It was just tremendous. That being said, also love to watch football. And there have been lawsuits and such over football players. Even though they're okay when they're playing, the real injuries kick in when they're 55 or 60 years old. And in boxing, you have a sport in which the goal is even to knock people out, which you don't have in football. That's a rare thing that you see. How would you respond to criticism? And are there any statistics available on the number of, say, boxers who have Alzheimer's or whatever they get, say, 20 years after they retire compared to football players and the injuries that they get?
You raise a very important issue, one that at the UFC we've been involved in for almost 15 years now in investigating these issues. And I think the primary goal that we have is to allow our athletes to make informed decisions about their health and safety, provide them with information so they can make informed decisions. What we've been doing for the last 15 years approximately is funding, being the primary funder, along with some of the boxing promoters, by the way. They have contributed in a groundbreaking study with the Cleveland Clinic. The Cleveland Clinic has an outpost in Las Vegas. The goal of this study is twofold. Number one, are certain people just predisposed towards brain injury because of their physiology? And number two, are there early indications that we can see before someone starts manifesting a cognitive deficit? We can see they're heading down the wrong path and get them out of the sport. It's not great to diagnose somebody with CT after they've got it, but figuring out ways to stop people from getting it is the key.
Yeah.
This study that we've been involved in, as I said, with UFC athletes, with boxers, with other workers that have potential for brain injury, lots of data has come out of that, and we could share that data with this committee if you're interested in that. But I think around 40 or 50 peer-reviewed journals have looked at that data, and we're getting closer every day to a way where we can hopefully make as a condition of licensure for MMA athletes, for boxers, some sort of a test that will indicate if you're predisposed to a brain injury or you're heading down the wrong path, you're out of the sport, you can't get a license.
I'll just leave you a second. I knew a guy who was a very good football player on the collegiate level, but very, very good. And after he graduated from college, he started his own business, very successful, super guy. But he wound up getting Alzheimer's when he was like in his early 50s. And nobody's ever going to convince me that that was a coincidence, that this guy who used to brag to me that he'd hit guys with the crown of his helmet, which you're not supposed to do. He was a good football player. It was a damn shame he died, I think, before age 60. And I want you guys, as you work through this, to think about that. Because just because a guy doesn't have a serious injury the day of the fight or the week after the fight doesn't mean that over a course of 20 fights, he's going to have something that pops up when he's 55 years old, which is what's happened to the NFL now. So thanks.
Thank you.
Excuse me, may I add something to the testimony that Mr. Epstein just gave?
Please, Mrs.
And-
Ali, go ahead.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Congressman, for your questions, because I think they're important. And as I said in my testimony, brain health is especially important to me because my husband suffered with Parkinson's disease, not from boxing, but I have seen what boxing can do to people. As you said, hitting people with your head can later in life bring on Alzheimer's. That's why I am so proud and happy that this particular act brings in brain health as an issue, as a component, where this MRAs will be performed every 3 years so that the detection of brain health, the boxer will know where he is headed, how his brain health is, because you can see the imaging. You can see the damage that might be done and where it might lead to, especially when you are being seen by a neurologist who that is their expertise. As Mr. Epstein mentioned out in the Cleveland Clinic out in Las Vegas does that specifically for boxers. So no other provision in this, the parallel, I should say, the parallel boxing industry provides for this. No one asked my husband to take a required MRI to be sanctioned, to be licensed. This was something we did later, of course, in his life and found out about the Parkinson's disease, but it wasn't asked for any other boxer. So this is a provision, I think, that is a strength that shows that the UBOs would be very, very interested and protective of the athlete. And one of the provisions, as I said, that I am so proud to have in there.
Thank you.
Thank you for adding that. And next we will go for turn to questions for Mr. Messmer from Indiana.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you for our witnesses for being here today. Mr. Foster, in your written testimony, you discuss how the current four-belt system has created a self-serving incentive to emphasize the ranking of a few boxers at the top at the expense of competitive, entertaining matches that could grow the sport. Can you discuss how this bill would foster healthy competition in boxing?
Yes, thank you, Congressman. So to answer your question, sir, you have to understand the way that boxing works, the current system, the four-belt system. So what you have is you have a promoter who signs a fighter, and that's the promoter's fighter. And then this is early in their career. And so what happens is you look for that promoter will promote a fight and look for somebody that person can beat, okay? Has to be good enough to pass my approval or whichever state's approval, but has to be reasonable but beatable, okay? And those people in boxing are called opponents. That's the term that we use. And then when you get a really good opponent, they're called the gatekeeper, okay? And we have some of them in the various weight classes, and then they move up. And so this goes on and on and on until you get an undefeated fighter, okay? This is what's happening. And then over here on the other side of the country or nearby, you have another promoter doing essentially the same thing, okay? And they're doing this. Now, all these people that have been beat all the time, they're attracting just loss after loss after loss, and they've got really no kind of recourse. They've got no promoter. They're not being promoted, but the undefeated fighter is. Now, at the end of this rainbow, all this way up, the sanctioning bodies have issued like the regional belt, the this and that belt, whatever belt. They have a lot of belts. Let me give you, sir. In 1996, when the Professional Boxing Act was passed, 619 titles were issued across the world by the sanctioning organizations. Last year, that number was 2,156. Okay, so you saw an increase in the number of titles. It's good for like the fighters like to have them and the whole thing, but they're charging every time the thing they charge for the belt. That system that I just explained to you is exploitive in a way. Now, under a UBO system, if a promoter has both sides of the card, their financial interest shifts, their business model shifts from wanting to make sure that their fighter wins to making a competitive match that the public will want to see, because it's driven by, it's a different model. So you want to have like a fight that people will want to tune in and see. The first model is like, well, you've got a fight that's like kind of okay, people might tune in, but you're searching for the mega fight at the end where you have like a big champion that's won all this stuff versus the other promoter's big champion and you promote a big thing. They're just different business models. But when the focus shifts from trying to protect your fighter and getting the opponent beat to making competitive matches, in my view, that would be good for boxing. And one final caveat to that goes along with it. Let's say you've got one of these fighters that are promoted and they take a loss. Okay, their earnings potential just plummets the next go round, like the next fight. It just goes so far down. Whereas under a system where they've got both sides of the card, If the guy loses, so what? They've got a contract. They know what they're going to get the next time. This is what's happening in boxing, and I think that adding a UBO model, not taking away the current system, because remember, there's a difference here, sir. This is for U.S. boxers. This is for American boxers, okay? These sanctioning organizations deal throughout the world, so we're dealing with world titles. And this is for American. And I think that the name of the bill, the Revival Act, the Muhammad Ali American Boxing Revival Act, I believe it will revive American boxing by providing competition for our fighters. I hope that answers your question, sir.
Yeah, well done. So thank you, and I'll yield back the rest of my time.
Thank you, sir. Next, we go to Mr. Comer from Kentucky.
Thank you, Ms. Ali. It's an honor to have you here today, a fellow Kentuckian and someone that obviously has left a huge positive impact in our state. I fly out of the Louisville Muhammad Ali Airport every week to come to Washington, and I'm a big fan of the Muhammad Ali Center there in Louisville and all the great work that you all do. And on behalf of everyone in Kentucky, we thank you for the great work that you do in Kentucky. It's inspiring to see the foundation continue to do so many good things, especially the pursuit to improve the boxing industry and raise awareness of neurological diseases. I know that your husband would be very proud of this legislation and everything that's honors his name, that bears his name, that does good for the industry. In addition to enacting Representative Jack's legislation, the Muhammad Ali Boxing Revival Act, what more can be done to address general safety and health concerns in boxing?
Well, I'm not the expert, sir, but I think we're off to a good start with this bill. As you know, as I said, the brain health is what's most important to me, and I think we're doing that. If I was to suggest that maybe it would be more often, maybe every year instead of every 3 years. With regards to the physicals, I know that is important, the health and safety of the physicals, and that I know that is also something that ends up with the state athletic commissions to make sure that the boxer is healthy. But also, as Mr. English mentioned about, and Mr. Epstein mentioned about drug testing and making sure that that is done randomly, it's transparent, and results are shared. And also, what is important is that when you think about the health of a boxer, it's not just the physical health, it's also about the economic health of a boxer and how that plays into this. The minimum standard that that the bill is offering is $150 per round, which is more than what is in 40 plus states already. This gives an opportunity for boxers to earn a decent wage while boxing, which is important, and also gives them an opportunity in this system to ascend rightfully, competitively in their ranks to earn even more money. When I think about this bill and how it promotes Muhammad's legacy, it's about lifting people up, preserving boxing for America, making sure, like I said, that opportunity exists for other athletes, other people who want to pursue boxing, because this is, as you said, it's a sport that's been in America for a very long time, over 100 years. It's the common man's sport, and everybody deserves an opportunity and access to be able to walk into a boxing gym and pick up a pair of gloves and aspire to be something greater.
Right. Well, what would you hope to see change in the sport to foster new interest in boxing?
I think that right now we are looking at a barren landscape. Boxing is not there. And we need to change that. And how do we do that? The existing model, even though it's there, it is still fraught with problems and challenges for boxers. This is a parallel organization opportunity for boxers to participate in that will enhance, I think, the opportunity for boxing to be on a regular cadence, as Mr. Epstein said, on television, promote it, to bring back boxing. This is the start This UBO is one organization. That does not prevent other UBOs from coming into existence, which
Right.
is important. So when you see that competitive spirit and the ability to create that spectator sport, which is what all sports, professional sports really are, I think it's something that will increase awareness of the sport and really regain that fan base.
Very good. Well, I appreciate that. I'm glad to support this legislation. Hopefully, we can revive the sport in Kentucky, where Muhammad Ali is, without a doubt, the most famous athlete to ever come out of Kentucky. So we're proud of him and his legacy and the great work that you all do, and happy to support this legislation. I yield back.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to Mr. Fine from Florida.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got a few questions for Mr. English. I spent more than 10 years of my life in the casino business, and boxing was an important part of driving that business since I entered it back in the early 2000s. I want to talk about how boxing has grown or declined over time. Would you say there are more cards today, more or fewer cards today than there were 10 years ago?
Well, it's a misnomer that there are substantially fewer. I got the research and I provided it to the staff. It would take more time than it's worth, but it's not hugely lower.
Well, actually it is. In the 1990s, there were 250 to 300. I used to do this for a living. And actually in the 2020s, there's about 100 to 130. So we've seen about a 50% decline in US cards over time. So, but it is your contention, so I understand, that the boxing industry, if you will, the opportunities available for boxers today is the same as it was in the 70s, 80s, 90s. It's just as good. The industry
it's not the same.
It's not.
at all.
The opportunities are the same, better or worse today than they were 20, 30 years ago?
Very different. I can't judge whether the fact, look, if Mr. Ali was a world champion today, and I always say this, how goes the heavyweight division, goes boxing. It's true. We don't have right now the prominent, and I'm speaking generally, of course, we don't have the prominent American boxers that we once did.
Sure, and perhaps it's because the number of opportunities available to become that are smaller. So my next question for you is this. Do you think if we created a second vehicle, UFC's been extraordinarily successful, create an industry out of nothing, do you think that if it was created, that what we're talking about here, would there be more or less opportunities for boxers to engage in the sport and the profession that they want to participate in? More or fewer?
Just to be very clear, I'm not arguing that there should not be a UBO, or what do you ever want to call it. What I'm arguing is that the guardrails that are in the Muhammad Ali Act should apply universally.
Okay, so let's talk about guardrails. Earlier this week, Terence "Bud" Crawford was stripped of his championship belt by a sanctioning organization because he didn't pay an exorbitant fee to the sanctioning organization. Are you aware of that? And so there are pretty big problems with what goes on today.
Many times, I have suggested to fighters that they do not need a particular particular belt or any belt. I could give you the names of the fighters. It's not important. Sometimes fighters transcend those belts. If
But you
they
also
don't
said there's
want
not
to
a lot
fight-
transcending right now. We
If
don't
they-
have a
I'm sorry.
lot of we don't have a lot of transcenders right now. There aren't.
We don't have as many as we did. I can think of a handful.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you were involved actually in an Ali Act case involving Jeff Lacey versus your clients. You worked with this group called Main Events, was sort of involved in this space. When was the last time Main Events promoted a televised card? Because, I'm focused on opportunities for boxers. Was it a year ago, 5 years, 10 years?
I am not here as representative of Main Events. I want to make it very clear.
No, I understand. I'm asking
But I do want
a fact question.
They've got a card that they're co-promoting in January.
But when's the last time before that?
It was in Florida last year. Or
Okay, so
maybe early this year.
couple opportunities. Look, the fact of the matter is this. In the 1980s, the 1990s, boxing was considered one of the big three sports. There were massive opportunities available for people who want to participate. And it was not only good for them, but it was good for the facilities, the entertainment venues, for the business that I came from. Everybody won by these increased opportunities. That industry is now in decline. And I think that we can oppose a bill like this because we want to keep the equivalent of the horse and buggy system of boxing going and watch it continue to decline, watch it continue to create fewer and fewer opportunities for boxers, or we can live in the world the way it is today. And what we've seen is UFC has taken over several decades something that basically didn't exist and turned it into something extraordinary. I think we would all benefit. I think boxers would benefit if they had access to that same kind of opportunity too. So I'm very grateful to Representative Jack for bringing this bill forward, and I'm going to be excited to vote for it if and when it comes before us for markup. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to the ranking member of the full committee, Mr. Scott from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Foster, who does oversight right now on the federal law?
The Association of Boxing Commissions has some degree of oversight, but it's relatively limited. And with the Muhammad Ali Boxing Reform Act, it allows our state attorney generals to take an action if we need to do that, or it takes we can send it to the Federal Department of Justice.
Well, who would do oversight if this bill passed? Who would do oversight for compliance with the provisions of this law?
I would assume substantial compliance would be the state athletic commissions.
Okay. What is the difference between UBO and the present sanctioning organizations?
Well, the current sanctioning organizations, they rate fighters. There's four of them. There's the World Boxing Council, the IBF. The World Boxing Council is based in Mexico City. The IBF's based in New Jersey. The WBO, that's the World Boxing Organization. They're based in Puerto Rico. And the WBA, I think they're Medellin, Colombia. I think that's right.
That's what day it is.
Yeah, it depends. Yeah, I think they're Medellin, Colombia. And they rank the fighters, but the promoters, sir, have to like they work with the sanction organizations to like.
What does the UBO do that they don't do them?
Well, the UBO would essentially be the promoter, and that's kind of the big difference. Is the UBO would be ranking their own fighters that have both sides of the card. And there's a lot of benefit to that, sir, because you don't have to wait to ask who can fight who. Okay, like there's all these mandatories that happen once a year or about annually. So what happens is you have like 4 different lists. You have 4 groups and there's 4 different lists. Now, some of these people are the same on the list, but a whole lot of them aren't. So like if somebody gets a mandatory, you have to, the champion is supposed to, gets a letter and says, hey, congratulations, you're the champion. You've got like 6 weeks or 8 weeks to negotiate a deal with the number 1 contender or our mandatory champion. And it sounds great when you say it like, but it's not what happens in reality. A lot of times what happens is if there's a better fight for financial reasons, they'll try to do what's called a special exception or a
How do UBO fix that?
A UBO would have their fighters fight the fight that they believe is reasonable for the rankings. They would have like a probably, I got to think that they're going to do it the other way that the other group does it and have the media do the rankings. So like it's like, I'm older, but the newspaper or the internet media people would do the rankings. And you wouldn't have to be forced into a mandatory. You could have the champion fight the number 6 if that made sense. But most of the time, it is the number 1 contender versus the champion.
Now, does the bill anticipate a specific organization to be a UBO, and can others qualify?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that there's going to be.
Absolutely what?
I think that absolutely there will be multiple UBOs in a short amount of time if this bill were to pass. I would think of 3 or 4 would pop up within 3 or 4 years of this bill passing, because it will take a little bit of time to get going, but at least 3 or 4.
Now, there's several provisions in here, minimum amount per round, insurance requirements and things like that. Is it better to do that by statute or by regulation where it'd be easier to update the amount per round or the insurance coverage or the kinds of health requirements? Would it be better to do that in statute or by regulation?
Congressman Scott, that is an excellent question, sir. That is an excellent question he just asked. We've been trying, look, we did it by regulation the first time and by statute the second time, but we're one state. We had I think 90 or almost 100 boxing events last year, but that's one. To get the entire country on the same page of a minimum, we have to have the United States Congress do this, because 50 state legislatures or thereabouts are not going to take this up, or 50 state commissions aren't going to run regulations. It's going to take Congress.
Thank you, unless, Mr. Chairman, you had a national commission. Mr. Chairman, my time has expired.
Can I just have half a second to address that issue? John McCain was moving toward preparing a bill that would create a national commission which would do exactly what Mr. Scott, Congressman Scott, was talking about. Obviously, he got partially diverted by presidential politics and then, unfortunately, an illness. But that is something that this Congress could do and, in my opinion, should explore.
Thank you. Finally, we will go to Mr. Allen from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank you for allowing me to waive on the committee. And I did that because growing up in the late 60s and 70s, boxing, football, and sports and athletics was everything to young men. And in fact, in high school, when you wanted to settle a difference that resulted in a fight, and our coaches came up with this, rather than expel the young men, they went to the gym, put on the gloves, and settled it, usually ending in both exhausted hugging each other, walking all out of the gym. It's amazing. In fact, we did that we settled it in college. My fraternity brother was Golden Gloves. Nobody messed with him in the state of Florida. My hometown of Augusta is mostly known for golf, but we have the Augusta Boxing Club, and I wanted to lift this up and lift this club up. It's better to sweat in the gym than bleed in the streets. The Augusta Boxing Club, with assistance from area law enforcement agencies, is structured as an after-school community support organization with a goal to curtail drug abuse and crime among young adults and children. There is a great story in boxing, and I wanted to lift that up. And I can tell you, Ms. Ali, what is it? Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. I mean, I'll never forget that, and I never missed one of those boxing matches. It was amazing. So, but your testimony talks about, and we've all talked about the steady decline in popularity and integrity. And you've talked about what HR 4624 does address as far as the industry, but how's it going to elevate the sport's prominence to where it once was? Do you believe it's got the potential to do that?
I don't know all the answers to that, sir, but I do believe it has the potential. And what you just mentioned about the fight or the boxing club that's in Augusta, and you lifting that up, that is one thing that this unified boxing organization and this bill talk about, that they intend to invest in those police athletic leagues that are in different communities. As I said, this is the sport for the common man, where a child can walk in with a pair of sneakers and that's all they need, and get a pair of boxing gloves that takes them off the street. It gives them community. It gives them goals. It gives them hope. It gives them inspiration. It gives them guidance and coaching, and that's important. And the investment into those police athletic leagues that used to exist when my husband came along, that he became a part of. Joe Martin, the officer who coached my husband for a very long time, was the head of that police athletic league that gave my husband that platform, that start to become who he was, a global icon. So that, the sky's the limit, and this is really important, of pushing that pipeline of children into that.
It's big in Augusta. We have the Augusta Exchange Club agricultural fair, but the biggest draw is this boxing club performs, and that we give prize money for them displaying their skills in the ring in front of fairgoers. And it's become a tremendous success. Mr. Foster, you referred to the Unified Boxing Organization model as a league-style model. Can you tell us how a league-style model would result in more competitive matches, which would in turn result in greater interest from the public in these fights?
Yes, Mr. Allen, thank you for the question. It's like I mentioned in a previous question, is when you have both sides of the card, you have a financial incentive to make a good fight. Okay, it's not trying to protect the A side boxer to have a pretty good fight, but a fight that that you can win all the way up until you get to the undefeated end of the rainbow, so to speak. You have a financial incentive to make a good fight every month or every 2 months, or however the frequency of the fights are going to happen. So I believe that would answer your question. I think it's pretty obvious why that would make a better fight. You would be financially incentivized to do so.
Well, I want to thank all of you for taking your time to be here today, and I want to help you. I want to get back to the kind of boxing that I enjoyed growing up and early in life. And if there's anything I can do to help you, I want to do that. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. And that concludes questioning from our members. So we're going to go to closing remarks. I'd like to recognize the ranking member for her closing statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And once again, thank you to our witnesses for speaking with us today. Boxing is a sport that requires fighters to push their bodies and minds to the limit to achieve greatness and provide entertainment for millions of viewers. These incredible feats of athleticism deserve our utmost respect and our commitment to ensuring these fighters get paid fairly, retain their leverage in the industry, and have their health and safety prioritized. While this bill is not entirely bad, the Muhammad Ali American Boxing Revival Act does not yet live up to that promise. We've already gotten recommendation for an amendment from Mr. Foster. So I do recommend that before this bill moves any further, that my colleagues take a moment and check in with the people who will actually feel the impact of these reforms. Talk to your state athletic commission, your local boxing gym, the small venues, and mostly talk to boxers in your community. We should hear all perspectives and make sure that we are making fully informed policy decision that truly helps workers and small businesses around sports. I welcome future bipartisan discussions on how to best serve boxers and improve the boxing industry. Mr. Chairman, I request unanimous consent to enter into the record.
Without objection.
An op-ed by Oscar De La Hoya and Evander Holyfield opposing HR 4624, a tweet by Nico Ali Walsh opposing the bill, an interview with a promoter Bob Uram expressing opposition to the bill, and a letter from Mr. Uram, an open letter to the combat sports community and Congress opposing the Revival Act, a letter from MMA Fighters Association opposing the bill, a letter from Carlos D. Ronin Newton, a member of the MMA Fighters Association, a letter from Sarah McMahon, a 2004 Olympic silver medalist in wrestling, former UFC contender, and now owner of a martial arts gym, also opposing the Revival Act. I would also like to enter data from BoxRec about the number of fights and boxing events in recent years.
Without objection. I would just like to thank all of our testifiers again for joining us here today. I think we all got to share in some of the remembrances of not only the great Muhammad Ali, but other great fighters that we enjoyed watching growing up and during that heyday and that golden age of boxing. And again, Larry Holmes resides in our community, the Easton Assassin. He's been there for a long time. And as a child, I remember growing up and in school, the talk and the buzz was all about the Tyson Holyfield fights and what was coming up on pay-per-view. Everybody enjoyed those and really looked forward to them. And it's something that we want to try to get back to. And so that's what this legislation is hoping to achieve by reviving American boxing. And we know that it is such a great sport, but in some ways, it is being constrained by the current regulatory structure that is in place, by the outdated practices, not only for paying fighters, but also keeping them safe. And we want to make sure that we revive American boxing, bring it back to its greatness and its glory. And I think we can do that by working in a bipartisan fashion. So your testimony here today is critically important as we start the process for HR 4624, the Muhammad Ali American Boxing Revival Act. This hearing is just the beginning of a legislative process that goes on here in Congress. Look forward to welcoming amendments to be considered by the full committee as we will hopefully take this legislation up soon. And again, hopefully we can get back to a golden age of American boxing. And as I say, make American boxing great again. Thank you all for being here. And with that, this meeting is adjourned.
So to all these YouTube experts that never went to law school and don't know how to read a contract, that say fighters should take money, that Al Heyman is bad for boxing, et cetera, et cetera. I'm going to let you listen to Michael Moore explain why fighters go broke. The only thing that's consistent in this 200+ year sport is the 33 and a third fee that goes to a manager, and that doesn't make any sense. Make it 5%. Or why is it that the days of the mob, when the mob ruled boxing, the rules for there have still carried on into the 21st century? That blows my mind. How the hell do managers off the top, before anything is ever split up, automatically get 33 and a third? Why is their fee already standard, but the boxer's fee is not standard? They should not have a standard fee or whatever. And then the trainers get 10%. Is the numbers for today have carried on from the years of, like I said, when the mob ruled and people like Joe Louis, famous boxers, would retire broke. And that just blows my mind that exists in today's world. But like I said, to all the YouTubers who be pocket watching and, experts and lawyers and at this, $1 million is not really $1 million for a fighter. That's why Al Heyman is really, really good to fighters. And that's why fighters go and sign with Al Heyman. He teaches these fighters the game and get them the money that they deserve. And he's the first promoter that actually does that. That's not motivated by greed, because that's just what it is. Like these promoters like Don King and Bob Arum, they live to be really, really old. They didn't rob fighters for years. You think at some point they would try to give them the get back. They don't want taking the punches. They've made enough money. Don King has made over $1 billion in his whole entire career. But anyway, listen to Michael Moore break down the actual purse.
I have to put you back. There we go. Most people think back in those days, Tyson, Holyfield, Lewis, Moore, Bo, we made a lot of money. 33 and a third percent is taken away because that's what the manager is supposed to get. Then a promoter takes 25%. Then the trainer takes 10%. Okay? Now, with all those percentages being taken out, so that's what? 50, 60, 63%? That's a lot. That's over half of your 63% of your money is gone already. Then you have to pay taxes on top of the money before you dish it out. So you're always going to be broke because your manager is always going to keep picking up the slack. And once the manager keeps picking up the slack, you're going to keep owing him. So he gets the paycheck. He takes out the money and does what he has to do. That's bullshit, man. That's bullshit. That's why most boxers are broke. How in the hell does a manager get 33 and a third when he does nothing? That doesn't make sense. You have all these sanctioning fees on these belts that are not gold. They're brass. You give them credit. They're stylish, and a lot of people held the belt. Halt to boxing.
If you could make, let's say, 3 changes in boxing right now, what would they be, Michael?
3 changes in boxing. I would get rid of the cruiserweight division, and cruiserweight division's out. You would have a heavyweight division and the super heavyweight division. Okay, that's one. Second, no particular order. There would be one committee.
code word. star. Wish to have a fancy car. Wish to have $1 million bucks. Well, I wish I don't be in love. So tell me, pretty baby, I make one wish and I wish it all on you. Making love to the break of dawn. Me and you to the baby's born. Till my baby